Okay. Welcome to the February 20th school board meeting. The meeting is now in session. Ms. O'Grady is unable to attend this evening due to illness. And I would ask that everyone please rise as our Career Center Air Force JROTC cadets present the colors.
Color guard. Hope. Present. Colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Order. Colors. Center. Face. Forward. March.
Thank you. You may be seated. Tonight, we have two recognitions. First, we are pleased to celebrate teachers who have earned National Board Certification. I'd like to introduce Nancy Routson from our Professional Development Office, who will lead the recognition. And as Nancy comes forward, I would like to invite my board colleagues to move to the front row.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Routson, and I work for the Professional Learning Office as the Teacher Evaluation Specialist. I have the privilege of facilitating the National Board Support Cohort in Arlington Public Schools. Tonight, we are pleased to recognize the hard work and professional achievement of 18 Arlington teachers who have attained the prestigious National Board Certification from the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, as well as teachers who have also renewed their certification. These teachers successfully mastered a performance-based assessment that can take from 1 to 5 years to complete. They have invested much time and effort to assess their skills with no guarantee that certification would be earned. The National Board advances the quality of teaching and learning by developing professional standards for accomplished teaching, creating and administering National Board certification, and integrating certified teachers into the educational reform efforts. Like board-certified doctors and accountants, teachers who achieve National Board certification have met rigorous criteria through intensive study, expert evaluation, self-assessment, and peer review. Today, over 125,000 National Board Certified Teachers, or NBCTs, are making positive difference in the lives of students across the nation. More than a decade of research from across the country confirms that students taught by NBCTs learn more than students taught by other teachers. Estimates of the increase in learning are on the order of an additional 1 to 2 months of instruction, and the positive impact is even greater for high-need students. Tonight we have with us from the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards, Andrea Hayek, Director of Assessment Operations. We thank you for being here with us tonight to celebrate the hard work of our teachers. We would also like to thank school administrators, family members, friends, and colleagues who are here tonight in support of our newly certified teachers. If you're here tonight to support these teachers, please stand now. Including tonight's honorees, Arlington students are fortunate to have more than 200 active National Board teachers in their midst. This represents almost 12% of our teaching staff. Arlington Public Schools is ranked second in the state of Virginia in its total number of NBCTs. Nationally, only about 3% of teachers hold this certification. If any of the teachers who earned National Board certification in past years are here with us tonight, to congratulate their colleagues, please stand now. Yay. Thank you for coming tonight to celebrate this important milestone in your colleagues' careers. Now on to tonight's honorees. Our newest National Board certified teachers are present tonight and will be recognized in alphabetical order. Each honoree will receive a certificate commemorating his or her outstanding achievement. We are grateful that each year the Arlington Education Association joins us to help recognize the significant accomplishments of our new NBCTs. As a token of congratulations from your Arlington County instructional colleagues, you will also receive an NBCT lapel pin that has been provided by the AEA. We would like to thank the AEA for their continued support. And at this time, I will ask Ms. Johnson, Interim Superintendent, and Tanya Talento, our school board chair, to join us up front to help pass out certificates and gifts. I will also ask tonight's honorees to please line up next to the podium. Okay, and here's their certificates. And they're in alphabetical order. Honorees, when I call your name, please come forward to receive your certificate and to accept the board's congratulations. Then I will ask you to remain up front so we can have the whole group assembled. Hope Belfeck, Arlington Career Center. Maritza Carpenter, Swanson Middle School. Abby Crane, Barrett Elementary School. Jen Everdale, Barcroft Elementary School. Kim Graver, Yorktown High School. Sharon Harris, Washington Liberty High School. Jen Hatch, Key Elementary School. Marianne Hoffman, Carlin Springs Elementary. Jillian Nemeth, Swanson Middle School. Holly Nisco, Carlin Springs Elementary. Jamie O'Neill, Arlington Community High School. Wes Parker, Oak Ridge Elementary. Michelle Robinson, Wakefield High School. Joseph Rubenstein, Arlington Career Center. And Larissa Stewart, Williamsburg Middle School. And at this time, I would also like to recognize three teachers who could not be here with us tonight, but have also earned National Board Certification. Jen Flores from Barrett Elementary, David Mower from Yorktown High School, and Rachel Lampert from Taylor Elementary. National Board Certified teachers are expected to continue to grow professionally so that they may continue to offer high-quality instruction to our students. Tonight, we would also like to recognize the teachers who successfully renewed their National Board Certification this year. They have demonstrated their commitment to reflect on their teaching practice and to support student learning. Please join us in the front of the room. Sally Donnelly, Dorothy Ham Middle School. Heather Downey, Wakefield High School. Rachna Fakaro, Jamestown Elementary School. Mary Gaynor, Jamestown Elementary. Wanda McPhee, Wakefield High School. And Joanna Washington, Gunston Middle School. Finally, the following teachers also renewed their certification but could not be here with us tonight. Jennifer Goen, HB Woodlawn Secondary Program, Sherry Lord, Williamsburg Middle School, and Amy Slavin, Ashlawn Elementary School. At this time, I would like to invite the school board members to join us in the front of the room so we can take a photo. Thank you all for joining. Whoop. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and congratulations to our teachers for their hard work.
I think we should stay Thank you all. And if everyone, can I get everyone's attention for a moment? If anyone's willing to stay a few minutes, we'd like to recognize our school board clerks. Okay. Good evening, everybody. Can you hear me? No, it's muted. Why? I know, but I know. But it'd be nice for them to stay. It's okay. It's all right.
One more time.
Tap it. One more time. It's fine. If they muted the mic, it's good. They muted the mic, yeah. Thank you. Have a good night. Okay.
Do you want to try this one? She wants attention?
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Of course you did. Yes, I know. Melanie, next time we're going to do the school board clerks first. It works. Okay, it's okay. Yeah, they muted the mic while people were leaving. Okay. So, good evening. For those of you who are still here, we are going to recognize our school board clerks. So, thank you for those of you who are staying. We appreciate it because our school board clerks are very, very special in the work that we do here in the school board office. And so, this week is a school board clerk appreciation week. And that is going to be our second recognition. So I would like to honor our school board clerks. We have our board of the clerk of the board, Melanie Elliott, and our deputy clerk, Claudia Mercado. And if you could come up here while in the middle and stand while you are honored, and I would like to read the certificate of recognition from the Governor of Virginia. By virtue of the authority vested by the Constitution of Virginia and the Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia, there is hereby officially recognized School Board Clerk Appreciation Week. Whereas, school board clerks in each locality throughout the Commonwealth are appointed to fulfill their duties and responsibilities. And whereas school board clerks are responsible for keeping accurate records of the meetings and proceedings of the local school board, a record of all receipts and disbursements, and a record of all official acts. And whereas school board clerks perform other duties in connection with the school business of his or her locality as may be required by the school board. And whereas school board clerks maintain frequent contact with the public, including parents, employees, and the media, on behalf of the school board and superintendent. And whereas school board clerks in the performance of their duties are often required to work extra hours attending school board meetings. And whereas school board clerks ensure that students achieve to their highest potential and provide an invaluable service for school board members and superintendents. Therefore, Governor Ralph S. Northam does hereby recognize February 17th through the 21st, 2020, as School Board Clerk Appreciation Week in our Commonwealth of Virginia, and calls this observance to the attention of all of our citizens. Signed by the Governor and the Secretary of the Commonwealth. Thank you. There are never enough words to tell you how much our school board appreciates you both. We could not do the work of the board without either of you. You run an amazing office staff. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being the connection to the community when we are not there to connect ourselves. Really, there's not enough things to go around. People do not see what you do, but we want you to know that we see it every day, and we all appreciate your work. So thank you, Claudia and Melanie. And I'd like to present to you your certificates from the Virginia School Board Association on behalf of the school board. This is from Melanie. Thank you all, and we'll now have a photo. Okay. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you for staying. Have a good meeting.
Are you taking a picture? We want one with you too.
So we are now at announcements. We have several upcoming meetings. On February 25th, we will have a work session on the mathematics evaluation and academic update at 7 p.m. here in the boardroom. At 7 p.m. on February 27th, the interim superintendent will present her proposed fiscal year 2021 budget, which will be followed by our first budget work session here in the boardroom. Then on March 5th, we have scheduled a committee of the whole meeting from 5 to 7 p.m. in the school board conference room. Colleagues, are there any announcements you'd like to make? Ms. Van Doren.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to mention a session that I went to together with Mr. Adsamili last night and several other, well, actually over 150 families at Dorothingham Middle School. And the talk was called the Smart Talk, and they were one of 25 schools from across the country that received a grant to host this session. That was a conversation. I think half the people there were the students and the other half were the parents and many faculty members. And they talked about the smart use of devices. And I would encourage everyone to go online to the Dorothingham website and look at the slides that were presented by a psychologist. Her name was Christina Franks. And we also had presentations by the National PTA. It was an excellent presentation on the state of the effect on our children of the use of devices. It was very sobering, and it was a reminder to all of us, both as educators and as parents, that it's not something that we should be doing without thinking about what we're doing with devices with our children. The presentation talked about how, for me, some takeaways were how allowing young children to use devices actually hampers their development of speech because they don't learn to mimic their parents actually talking. It talked about how kids need to be bored, and research has showed that if you're always picking up a device, you don't have time to be bored. And actually, in that period of time, when you have downtime is when you develop empathy. And there's a lot of research coming out about this now, and I think when you connect all that to a lot of the social issues that we hear we're having, I thought it was a wonderful encapsulation of a call to action for all of us, both as educators and as parents. And in this, they also talked about the smarttalk.org organization, which has website, which actually has agreements that you can have with your children. Because in the end, we're teaching all of them how to responsibly use these devices because they're here to stay. So I'm going on a bit just because I was very, very impressed with the presentation, impressed with the discussion of the research as well as the actual developmental and social emotional effects the devices are having and what control we can take back at helping our students and our children learn to use them. So I encourage you to go to the Dorothingham website, and I will be encouraging the superintendent and the board to consider doing more of these sessions because it was excellent. Didn't you think, Mr. Atsamili? It was excellent. Well done. Thank you, Dorothingham, for doing that work and getting that grant.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein, do you have announcements?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. And this is about one of my liaison schools, Kenmore Middle School. And in celebration of Black History Month at Kenmore, students and staff are decorating classroom doors in honor of African American historical figures. Social studies and English students are working on an interdisciplinary project titled Unsung Heroes, where they research an African American trailblazer and create a presentation to share their findings. The projects will be used as part of a living museum later in the month. Black History Month at Kenmore will conclude with the African American Read-In on February 27th. I think that's a week from today. And Kenmore's STEAM students also had a chance to contribute to the APS Black History event that was held at Kenmore last week. Students had built cigar box guitars and provided background music for blues musicians Rick Franklin and Phil Wiggins during one of the evening's performances. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Do you have any? So I just wanted to provide a summary of where we are with our superintendent search. I try to provide an update at every board meeting. So for those of you who may not have been here on February 6th, or not watching the February 6th school board meeting, we did have BWP and Associates present the community engagement report and draft leadership profile. That was work that they collected over the period of time where we had 40 focus groups and 4 community forums and an online survey. And we had almost 2,000 people respond to the survey with, I think it was about 500, at least 500 students, if not more. But the report has been posted on board docs. As you all can imagine, we are trying to do this as expeditiously as possible. The posting for the school board the posting for the superintendent vacancy closes on March 10th. And so we wanted to make sure they were able to present at a board meeting as soon as possible. So they presented on February 6th. I just wanted to acknowledge that we received some comments from the community that there were some errors in the community engagement report, just clerical errors. That was the first time we had received the report. We are working with BWP and Associates to correct those, and the final report will be posted online on our Engage website by March 1st with the final leadership profile. But you can find the report and the draft posted on board docs if you want to see it then. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I also wanted to share that earlier in January, we did act on a motion that supported a request for extension of the deadline to appoint a superintendent. And that request was granted by the Virginia Department of Education in I think it was late January, but we did receive that request. So we now have until June 27th, 2020 to appoint our superintendent. We anticipate doing candidate interviews over the course of March and April and select a superintendent sometime in late April with contract negotiations to pursue thereafter, and we expect to announce our new superintendent sometime in May, which is well before the June 27, 2020. So that is our anticipated timeline, and that is updated I have for us today. And now we will hear the interim superintendent's announcements and updates. Ms. Johnson.
So good evening. Oftentimes I like to start with images of what is going on in the school system. And so here are some photos from some recent visits in schools. The one that is to the left is actually the special celebration for Mr. Z. That occurred yesterday at Taylor Elementary School. And we congratulate Mr. Zaliki Tafesi. He was named the Virginia's most outstanding crossing guard. So we honor and celebrate him. And Dr. Cannonen was able to join us, and you see quite a few individuals from our police department there as well. Taking Mr. Goldstein's lead and talking a little bit about Black History Month, I had an opportunity to be at Carlin Springs, and they did a similar thing to what Kenmore did in terms of decorating the doors. So the one in the middle there is what you see is an example of the doors that were decorated throughout the school across grade levels at Carlin Springs. And they represented some aspect of Black history with students researching individuals and really contributing their voice to their interpretation of the commitment that was made by these historians. And the last photo is actually when I had an opportunity to visit the Career Center for CTE night, and that was to explore career and technical education in action. So I have several updates this evening because our next regularly scheduled meeting is not until March the 12th, so please bear with me as I share events that are taking place early March. So we are very proud of our school social workers, and this is School Social Work Week. It occurs during the first week of March, and this is really an opportunity to honor the 33 outstanding social workers who are making a difference in our schools. We will feature them on our websites, on social media in our schools, and we will recognize the many important contributions that they make towards student success. This year, the theme is Beacon of Hope, School Social Workers Lighting the Way. So school social workers light the way for students by emphasizing the whole child and linking students and families to their needed services. Our school social workers are vital to the overall mission of our schools and our APS school system because they provide healthy, safe, and supportive learning environments for our students. And as members of a multidisciplinary team, social workers serve as trusted mentors, and they are important to providing support and assistance to students in many ways. And some of the ways in which they provide that support you'll see on this slide. So we thank our social workers for all that they do, and we celebrate them during this period of time. So we also have several other important initiatives and special recognitions during the month of March. This slide represents some of what we will be observing during the month of March. In the first week of March, APS will provide free breakfast for all our students, and this is all part of the National School Breakfast Week, emphasizing that school breakfasts provide a healthy and energizing start to the day for students. We see here an image pertaining to the 2020 census. We serve as partners in this work. Our schools are participating in Statistics in Schools Week. It's a program using statistics to create classroom materials for all grade levels. Teachers will incorporate the lessons about the census, stressing the importance of counting everyone. Census happens every 10 years, and it does impact the funding and resources for schools, so we want to ensure that everyone participates. March is also Women's History Month and Arts in the Schools Month. APS is celebrating both throughout the month with special activities in school. You can find the full schedule that will promote a lot of these events and activities on the website and also via School Talk throughout the month of March. So I want to turn it over to Mr. Redding, who's going to talk a little bit about a special event we have coming up, which is our Recruitment Fair. Thank you, Mr. Redding.
All right, thank you, Ms. Johnson. Please let any teacher friends you have out there who don't already work for Arlington Public Schools know that Saturday, March 7th is our Instructional Recruitment Fair. It's held at Wakefield High School. It will be from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And at this job fair, any candidates who currently have a teaching license or are eligible for a teaching license are guaranteed to get an interview. We need them to bring their resume, a copy of their teaching license, or their current college transcripts so that they can be evaluated. Registration in advance is not required, although those who are interested can apply online. We have pooled positions for high-need areas like special education, reading, science, and math. And at this job fair, we will be prepared to offer early contracts to outstanding candidates.
Thank you, Mr. Redding. We look forward to seeing many people at our recruitment fair. We've got about 1 week left for families, staff, and students in grades 4th through 12th to participate in the 2020 Your Voice Matters survey, which we do in collaboration with the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. Your feedback helps us to continue to improve the services and the supports that we have for students. Again, the survey runs through February the 28th, and reminders are being sent regularly to those who have not responded. We do want to note that if you have not received a link to take the survey from our partner, Panorama Education, you can email them using the link that's provided here on this slide to have the link resent to you. So we want to encourage everyone to use this resource if they have not received that reminder and have not yet completed the survey. APS Go is a district-wide travel survey of families, students, and staff, and it does help us to understand how our community travels to and from their school sites and why they choose the type of transportation that they do. So we do recognize that there are multiple surveys that are being shared with families at this time of the year, but we really need your feedback and greatly appreciate the input from the community. We ask that you continue to bear with us. This survey will only take about 10 minutes, and it does help us to develop programs that increase safety around schools and plans for new facilities and transportation services. Families will receive an invitation to participate by APS Talk on March the 2nd. You can see that it's available in multiple languages, and we hope that families will take the few minutes needed to complete this survey. This is a reminder slide pertaining to secondary transfers. So just a reminder that transfers are going to be available to Yorktown for 9th through 12th grade and only rising 6th graders at Dorothy Ham Middle School. The applications open on February the 24th at 8 a.m. The last day to apply for a neighborhood transfer is March the 16th by 4 p.m. And families will be notified and they have to accept or decline a transfer on March the 30th. I also wanted to make a note of the pre-K and elementary application process. You have until April the 15th to apply for the elementary options. The lottery will take place on April the 23rd and the lottery notification on May the 1st. I wanted to provide some additional information pertaining to registering for summer camp. There is still time to register for summer Parks and Rec. Participants can still enroll and they would be placed on a wait list. Many spaces do fill up right away, and then there are additional opportunities that are created and that open up as registration continues. So what's important here is that the Department of Parks and Rec, their administrative team is currently working on placing those individuals that are on the wait list for the camps. But we want parents to continue to register online in person at the DPR office at 3700 South 4 Mile Run, or simply by calling the number that's listed here. All DPR camps, this means both DPR run camps and those that are contracted out, offer free reduction and scholarship opportunities. So families can apply for free reductions by visiting any DPR community center or the registration office. More information is available on the link you see on the slide, and also this information is available on our website. Here are some additional dates. As families are planning for the summer, we hope that you'll take a look at our APS summer school opportunities. Our summer school catalog is posted online now, so families can review summer learning options, and they can do this before the official registration opens, which is March the 5th. Please know that the deadlines vary for the classes that are offered, so please check the catalog for the full details. Additionally, parent-teacher conferences are coming up on March the 5th and 6th, and this is a great opportunity for families to engage in conversations with the teachers about their students' progress. We continue to provide updates on the school board's action plan. And tonight, we'd like to give you a little update on the partnership coordinator position. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Redding again, just to share that information.
All right, thank you again, Ms. Johnson. We're continuing to go through the process for our partnership coordinator. Currently, the job description is being reviewed by secondary school principals and traveling through various committees and the advisory councils on instruction to get some input and feedback. We really want to be sure that the job description mirrors or reflects the multiple pathways to success as is stated in the strategic plan, as well as the Virginia profile of a graduate. We want to make sure it's nicely aligned. We expect to advertise the position in March and then fill the position. And this is a position in the Department of Teaching and Learning that will be working across secondary schools in the division.
Thank you. A lot of information, just a few more slides that we want to share with you. We have had 2 program evaluation reports this school year, and the final one is going to take place on February the 25th. And we will be focusing on the grade K-12 math program evaluation and also provide an academic update. What I want to share here is that we started last fall to develop the direction and the data needed for the APS fiscal year 2021 budget. Next week, I will present the superintendent's proposed budget. That will take place on February the 27th, and it will be followed by a series of work sessions throughout the month of March, and you see those listed here, with one scheduled in April. On April 30th, the school board will hold a public hearing on the board's proposed budget, and then we will take action on March the 7th to adopt the final budget. As the school board policies are reviewed throughout the year, we will provide updates on any recommendations or revisions to the policies. Tonight, the board is scheduled to take action on 2 reviewed policies, one on financial management, specifically on debt management, and another one on the school board advisory committee. We want to encourage the community to continue to be engaged through our Engage site. And I thank you for the opportunity to share quite a bit of information as we go into March.
Thank you for the update, Ms. Johnson. Are there any questions or comments? Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. I missed the date that you said APS is providing free breakfast for all students. What? March 2nd? Is that what it was? Oh, yeah, it's the week of. Oh, it's the entire week?
So let me check that date one more time. So the first week of March, we will be providing free breakfast to all students as part of our National School Breakfast Program.
Oh, for the whole week?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We appreciate the presentation.
Thank you.
Oh, and actually, before you walk away, I did want to note, on the school board action plan regarding the budget, we have April 20th as our public hearing, but our public hearing is on the 30th. And you did say the 30th? Yes. So you did say the 30th, but since some people look at this for posting, if you could have that corrected in
We
case
will have it
someone
corrected.
references it.
Thank you very much.
But you gave the right date, Ms. Johnson.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again.
Okay.
So we are now at consent, our consent agenda. May I have a motion to adopt the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 4-0. I'd like to announce that under consent, the board approved several facility items, including changes to architecture and engineering contracts for the Heights Building and for Dorothyham Middle School, and contract awards for roof coating restoration projects at both Washington Liberty High School and Kenmore Middle School. And we also approved revisions to School Board Policy D-1.32, Financial Management, Debt Management. All of these items were heard for information at our February 6th school board meeting. Finally, I am pleased to announce that under consent, the board appointed Kelly Heiner as the interim supervisor of Arlington Tiered System of Supports. Is Kelly here this evening? Thank you. So she will be the interim I didn't get to finish her title, so I'm going to say it again, because there was so much applause, which is great. She's been appointed as the interim supervisor of Arlington Tiered System of Supports, which is also known as ATSS. So congratulations, Ms. Heiner. With training in special education and school counseling, Ms. Heiner has served as a special education teacher and as a lead exceptional children coordinator and school counselor. She joined APS in 2014 as a resource teacher for the gifted, where her work focused on establishing a talent development model centered on fostering and nurturing high-ability thinking. She has helped lead the Young Scholars Innovation Academy initiative and has also presented at statewide conferences. Presently, she is serving as the ATSS teacher specialist, where she helped launch the RAN-RAS pilot and has participated in the LETRS Letters staff development pilot. Congratulations, Ms. Heiner. We look forward to your work as interim supervisor of ATSS. Do you have any family here with you, or just your APS family? The APS, we heard the APS family. Yes. Congratulations again. It's always wonderful to have so much staff here supporting other staff. So I know we don't always say it, but thank you always for principals and staff coming to our school board meetings on a weekday evening after you've had a long day at work supporting our students. So I just want to take a moment to say thank you always for coming out. We appreciate it. We will now hear citizen comment on non-agenda items. And before the speakers, we have speakers, correct, Ms. Elliott? Okay. Before the speakers begin, I'll review the speaker guidelines. The school board welcomes public comment and allows comment at most regular board meetings. If you would like to speak but have not signed up electronically, you must submit a speaker slip to the clerk before the agenda item you wish to speak on is called. Speakers are called in order in which they sign up. However, if there are students who have signed up to speak, we invite them to speak first so they do not have to stay out too late on a school night. Each speaker may speak for up to 2 minutes, and there is a timer to help you keep track of your time. The timer begins when the speaker starts speaking, and you should conclude your remarks when the buzzer sounds. To ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak, the board established the following guidelines. Any person with a disability who needs accommodations to provide public comment is requested to contact the school board office in advance of a meeting to request assistance. Any person who would like to have an interpreter provided to assist them is asked to contact the school board office in advance, and we will make every effort to provide interpretation. If a speaker addresses the board in any language other than English and has an interpreter, the speaker will have 2 minutes to speak, and the interpreter will have up to 2 additional minutes to translate the comments for the board. All comments should address matters related to Arlington Public Schools. Speakers should be courteous and address your comments to the entire school board. Generally, board members do not respond to public comments at meetings. If you have written comments, please give them to the clerk to distribute to the board, and we ask the audience to refrain from applauding as that takes time away from our speakers. Instead, we ask you to applaud in sign language, and that will make sure that we're able to see your support for the speaker, but also allow the speaker to be heard and allow all speakers to have an opportunity to speak and to allow our meetings to move forward efficiently. And please be sure to state your name when you begin. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 8 speakers tonight. Our first is Wendy Pizer.
Good evening. My name is Wendy Pizer. I'm a parent of 2 middle schoolers and a past chair of ASAC. I'm here tonight to talk about transportation. APS is not meeting the needs of hundreds of students when they ride the bus. Every single day, students with severe allergies, epilepsy, asthma, diabetes, and other conditions ride buses to and from school. However, APS does not notify their drivers that they are transporting students with these conditions. Drivers do not know which students on their bus have a medical condition, do not know how to recognize a medical problem, do not know what to do if an emergency arises, and have no medical information to provide to emergency responders. This is a problem both on regular and on specialized transportation. Parents have requested that these basic safety measures be put in place on buses just as they are in schools, but we have been told no. This is not an acceptable response. When students board a bus, they are in the care of APS. APS has a duty, morally and legally, to care for them appropriately. ASAC has raised this issue repeatedly. We appreciate that the Office of Special Education and School Health held an initial briefing for drivers and aides, but drivers still need to be trained in recognizing and handling students' medical needs, and route folders containing students' critical medical information must be on every bus. It is my understanding that the Department of Transportation has not implemented these very basic safety measures. I am here to ask, why not? I appreciate that the school board has said that it is committed to the safety of our students. I hope now to see this commitment in action. Please direct the Department of Transportation to fix this problem immediately. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Pizer.
All right, next we have Jen Seif.
Hi, I'm Jen Seif. Emergency evacuation has unique considerations and important to students with disabilities. More than 7 months after first expressing concerns with APS about evacuation inequities for disabled students at the new Fleet School, the problem still has not been resolved, despite repeated contacts with the Fleet principal, the Arlington Fire Chief, APS Emergency Manager, the Office of SPED, and individual members of the school board, by my family, by Fleet PTA, and by the many amazing allies who are as outraged as we are. Almost nothing's changed. We continue to see much passing of the buck by APS and an apparent deliberate indifference about the safety of disabled students. APS has not considered the cost-effective solution of purchasing stair chairs or med sleds to enable the evacuation of disabled students during emergencies and drills. On December 20th, the fire alarm went off unexpectedly at school during the school day. It was not a drill. My son, who uses a wheelchair, watched his friends be led by their teacher to file out of the building safely. My son was moved to a stairwell to shelter in place. He was forced to sit in this stairwell in isolation for 30 minutes while the alarms continued to blare around him. The stairwell was not equipped as it should be with two-way communication as it should be. He was never evacuated from the building. This experience added another level of anxiety to a kid who already worries on a daily basis because he depends on others. What message did APS convey to him with this experience? What message did APS convey to his peers by leaving him in the building? As APS continues to grow and build multi-level buildings, it's critical that we adopt an inclusive emergency management strategy. I urge the board to evaluate its current policy and practice on emergency management as it impacts people with disabilities. Inclusion's not optional. Safety is universal basic human need. I want to share a
Thank you for
cautionary
your
tale
comment.
of Manhattan U.S. attorney filing and
Ms.
winning a
Seif.
lawsuit against New Rochelle School District.
Ms. Seif, I recognize that you're upset, and thank you for your comments. If you could provide that to writing, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Alicia Alford.
Good evening. My name is Alicia Alford. I'm a parent to an APS high schooler. I want to thank the school board for their help with the accessibility issues at Fleet Elementary School, but I implore the board to reflect and learn from this experience and to keep working. APS vision and core values promote inclusion and student well-being. When schools are designed with only minimal adherence to ADA standards, we're failing to live up to those values, and we need to do better. How can APS do better? I urge the school board to engage consultants who are experts in ADA and universal design to conduct an audit of Fleet Elementary School, to review plans for new schools, and to review the older facilities to make suggestions for how APS can meet both the spirit and letter of the ADA. All of the accessibility issues which have been identified so far, like a brand new playground that isn't handicapped accessible, have been uncovered by parents. They're not experts in ADA and universal design. They merely observe what is clearly not in the best interest of their own children, visitors, and other staff. Therefore, it's necessary to see what other problems may exist. It's essential to fix similar problems for projects that are in the design phase, as clearly changing blueprints is preferable to changing buildings. The ADA and universal design consultants should also create checklists for future projects. These are already in place to ensure that new schools are top-notch in environmental design. Let's work to win awards for schools that are accessible and inclusive, as well as green and sustainable. Please consider my plea to use this as a learning and growth opportunity. With the help of universal design, APS can fully embrace ADA and live up to its values. We want a school campus that's welcoming, accessible, inclusive, and safe for every student, staff member, and visitor. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next we have Tana Szymanski.
I'm reading this comment for Caroline Levy, who cannot be here tonight. As part of the disability community's effort to educate the board and others about the systemic problems with APS student transportation, I would like to share an example from a few years ago when my non-speaking son, Adam, had a seizure while riding the bus home from school. Transportation called to tell me that his bus driver had called 911 and that EMTs had taken Adam to the emergency room. When I arrived at the ER, I was surprised to find the EMTs still there waiting for me. They wanted to personally convey their alarm and distress that no one on Adam's bus could provide any information about his condition or medications. Such basic information is critically important for providers when treating seizures. We are required to share this information with APS every year, and we update APS whenever it changes. It had never occurred to me that this emergency information would not be available to Adam's bus drivers, who regularly spend an hour or more each day with him in their care. I have since heard of other cases where APS has not provided information to bus drivers about the life-threatening medical conditions of the students they are transporting and supervising. APS transportation staff were made aware of this critical communication failure with potentially life or death consequences well over a year ago, and it still hasn't been fixed. Until APS resolves this situation, at a minimum, it should inform parents that, unlike with field trips, they cannot assume anyone accompanying their child on an APS bus has their medical information in case of emergency, and that they are in limbo while traveling to and from school each day. Adam's wheelchair now has a tag with his emergency medical information, and I take every opportunity to educate other parents about this issue. But it shouldn't be up to parents both to be aware of and to personally fix APS's internal communication failures, especially when those failures could have disastrous life or death consequences. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Josh Folb.
On behalf of the 1,900 members of the Arlington Education Association, my name is Josh Folb. Good evening. The concept of employment is quite simple. An employee agrees to trade a certain amount of time for a predetermined amount of money at agreed-upon intervals. This agreement works well in APS until it doesn't. This past week has shown AEA that a policy is required for how to correct the situation in which an employee does not receive timely pay. When an employee goes through the proper channels to demonstrate that she has not been paid and is told it will take 4 days to correct, a policy is required. When an employee is told that the problem will be fixed and come to the Ed Center first thing in the morning to be handed a check, only to be told there is no check, and no one is sure when the problem will be fixed, a policy is required. When an employee's coworkers and unions have to offer to cover her bills because her employer can't, a policy is required. When on day 5, the employee is told by APS that more time is needed, and worse, now that she's staring at a negative bank account, is told because she is young, she does not understand how banking works, a policy is required. When an employee who APS knows everything about, has been background checked and fingerprinted, cannot be given the dignity and grace of a paper check, while the issue is researched and resolved, a policy is required. You find out who truly cares about you, not in the good times, but in the bad. And in a region where the labor market is tight and we struggle to recruit and retain because our pay is lagging, it takes 6 days to pay an employee what she is due. What if that was you? A policy is required.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you. Next speaker is Reed Bush.
Good evening. My name is Reed Bush. I'm the parent of 2 special needs kids at Tuckahoe. And I come tonight to speak about special ed transportation, and it's really bad. I mean, if I were to give a grade to transportation, it's an F. 3 years ago, when my son was entering kindergarten, we had an IEP meeting for him and requested that he be put on the special ed bus, knowing that he would fail on the regular bus. They refused. For the next 11 months, we fought to get him on the bus. The assistant principal refused to put him on the bus. They told us they would assign a 5th grade patrol to help him. Over the course of that time, he went to the office repeatedly in tears because he had incidents on the bus. And I still asked for help, and nobody would help us. And nobody would put him on the special ed bus. Finally, after multiple meetings, they put a monitor on the bus for 3 weeks and said, yes, he's having trouble. It's not because he's a bad kid. He's a kid that struggles with special needs, and he was not doing well on the bus. So finally, after 11 months, he was put on the special needs bus, and then I come to learn that he actually automatically qualified for the bus because my daughter was already on the special needs bus. So 11 months of fighting was absolutely ridiculous. Fast forward to now, they go to the bus they go to school every day. They spend almost 5.5 hours a week on the bus. And I've recently learned that nobody on the bus has any idea what his special needs are. He's struggling on the bus. I've begged for the last 3 years that the transportation be involved in the IEP meetings. And every time they just say, nope, they don't do that. The IEP meeting team says, yeah, they don't do that. Yet I beg for this over and over. The transportation system is really setting our kids up for failure, and my kids are a prime example of that. I've asked if they could train people to help him. They won't even do that. It's amazing. When he gets to school, 40 minutes later, he's a mess. And no wonder he's a mess for the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Final speaker is Ingrid Gank.
To Chair Talanto, members of the school board, to Interim Superintendent Ms. Johnson, to our beautiful clerk, Melanie Elliott, congratulations, and to the executive leadership team, all assembled. My name is Ingrid Gank. I am the president of the Arlington Education Association, and I know you can hear my voice because it's heavy right now. I just traveled back from Norfolk, Virginia, where I visited a couple of schools this week, just looking at the way we do schools and the way we do business in a different area. This that you heard today is not new. I have been fighting for 4 years now to make sure transportation is in the fight where our kids get the special ed services that they need. I have talked about this as recent as yesterday, about the needs that we need in Fleet. We have someone there who's over top of the deaf and hard of hearing program that's about to be moved back to the SciFax building. That's not okay when we got a huge population that needs that person there. We have policies and procedures where people can be out for 4 days and have to go through one person to get a form to turn into a doctor. That form is completed. These people have to wait for that one person, and it's not his fault to get back to them before they can come back to work. So when we talk about systems that needs to be fixed, we have some flaws. We have flaws. But at the brunt of our system is our educators and our most precious jewels, our students. We are better than this. We can do better than this. And I thank the superintendent for allowing me to meet with her monthly. And I bring things to her that she charges her staff to take care of. But it doesn't happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Do we have any more speakers, Ms. Elliott? Okay, thank you. Thank you all this evening for coming out to speak. We have 3 monitoring items tonight. First, we have the fiscal year 2020 mid-year fiscal monitoring report. Ms. Johnson, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, Ms. Peterson will present the monitoring report this evening. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm here to present this evening's mid-year monitoring report. Tonight, I'm going to talk about what the purpose of doing this monitoring report is, what our status is, and what our CIP quarterly report looks like. The purpose of our mid-year review is just to give you a sense of where we are as we hit the midpoint of the fiscal year, how we're doing against budget, how our expenditures are looking, to determine if we need to make any adjustments this year, and to be sure that we're on track to have the carryover funds that we need for next year's budget. As you can see on this slide, we have some changes to revenue and some changes to expenditures. On the revenue side, our state revenue is coming in a little bit lower, and our local revenue is also coming in a little bit lower than we had projected. So we are going to be about $1.1 million under what we had projected or estimated for the current year. On the expenditure side, we do have some savings in our salaries for lapse and turnover, but they are going to be partially offset by contingency staffing changes. We had a lot of contingency requests this year, and they exceeded our contingency reserve, but we did not feel that we had the luxury of saying no to those. So We have overrun that, but are using that lapse in turnover to offset it. We do have fringe benefit savings and debt service savings, as well as savings from lease financing and utilities. One other area where we're having an overage this year is in our part-time, hourly, and substitute accounts. And that's for a number of different things. Substitutes are over. The part-time, hourly, and temporary accounts are over because of additional occupational therapists, physical therapists, and some other temporary workers that we've needed, as well as what you heard earlier this year, that our summer school was over budget as well. So with savings and on the expenditure side of $4.7 million, offset by the $1.1 million in revenue, we have about $3.6 million available that we're projecting. This is a projection for where we're going to end the year. It's not what we have available right now, and then we'll have more piling on top of that. This is, we've estimated at the end of the year, we're going to have this much money available. And then we have to subtract what we are projecting that we're going to need for the FY21 budget. So right now, with our best estimate, not knowing, of course, what's going to happen between November 30th, which is the date of this report, and June 30th, we are looking at having about $1.1 million left at the end of the year. When we came last year, we said we were going to have about $1 million, and we ended up with 8.4 at the end of the day. We just closed out the final fiscal closeout at the last meeting. So this is going to change, but we're trying to be very conservative because we don't want to be in a position where we say that we have $8 million today, and then we don't have that $8 million when we end up the year. So in a very conservative light, we have about $0.1 million. As a result of that, although sometimes in some years we've had substantial savings at this point of the year, we do not this year, so we don't have any recommendations for expenditures at this time. I was going to ask for questions now, but I know that we want to get through the whole report in case there are speakers, correct? We don't have any speakers? Okay, great. So I will take questions on this part of the presentation, and then I'll move on to the CIP quarterly review. Sorry.
Any questions on this piece? Dr. Kennan? Dr. Kennan?
Thank you. So just want to confirm what you have been saying, and
Yes.
let's just you want to put the numbers back up so we can refer to some. So for example, I mean, salaries is one of the big pieces there. So when you say there's a savings of anticipated estimated savings of $4.6 million, that hasn't already occurred before November. It's just as you've seen,
right?
What is our lapse and turnover? That would be your projection by the time we get to the end of the year.
Correct. What we do is we look at who we have on board right now,
Right.
what they're estimated to cost for the rest of the year, and how that compares to the budget that we have. And then we make that calculation. So if there were to be changes between now and the end of the year, and I'm sure that there will be, and if someone should come in and we should hire someone that costs more than the person that left, then that savings would decrease. If we were to have more vacancies between November 30th and June 30th than we are anticipating right now, or had anticipated at November 30th, then that number could go up.
So, and I wanted to ask two questions then about those two salary numbers then, and that was one of them. Is it basically the 4.6 based on the defined positions that are in the budget but are basically currently vacant? Is that what's driving most of that number?
It's a combination of vacancies, savings from vacancies, and also savings from changes in salary. So if someone comes in at a
Where you have
lower
filled it
salary
and
than
it's
someone
lower
who went
than-
out.
Yeah, got it. Okay. And then could you explain the difference between the non-contingency savings and then the contingency, and those two numbers went different directions?
Yes, they did.
So, yeah.
So we have our regular salary budget, which is for all of the FTE that we have on board, But we also have a staffing contingency, and we've talked about this, and we'll be talking about this when we do the budget, after the superintendent's budget comes out next week. We have a staffing contingency within the budget every year for, to provide staffing at schools where enrollment projections, where actual enrollment comes in differently than the way we projected. So at a particular elementary school, if their enrollment projection for third grade indicated that they would need 4 teachers, but then their enrollment bloomed and then they needed 4 teachers, we would go to the staffing contingency and say, we need an extra third grade teacher for this particular school. And we use that staffing contingency to provide, thank you. Should have brought my water, sorry. And we use that contingency to provide that additional staffing that is unanticipated. It's not limited to just classroom teachers, though. We have, in the sense of enrollment projections, we also provide additional staffing for needs, for special needs, for students with special needs, and that can range anywhere from additional classes or additional one-to-one assistance for students that need that support. So that's what the staffing contingency is versus the non-contingent. Those are regular salaries paid to people who have positions here, and we pay them regular salaries.
Okay. Can I ask one quick question? Is that staff contingency different than the contingency funds to fund, for example, the AP classes, the smaller classes in high school? Is that all?
It's all of them together. We have 3 different buckets of staffing. We have the advanced class contingency, which is the one you're speaking of. We have a special ed contingency, and we have a regular contingency.
And then the enrollment. And all of those together for this year came to 1.4 million, so about 15 positions, maybe-ish.
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. I want to kind of continue that. I think I understood those explanations, those definitions, but you said contingency staffing is when we find that there's a greater enrollment in some areas, some pockets, than in others. But overall, our enrollment was about 500 below what the projections were. Didn't we hire staffing based on the projections?
Yes, we did.
And then so 500 students is roughly 20 classroom teachers. So what happened in that case when we found that we were...
500 students across 35 schools is about 10 to 15 students per school, which would not lead you to be able to lose a teacher or decrease a teacher. Not only that, we hire all those teachers before the start of the school year.
Right.
So if we don't need the teacher, we still have the teacher. They're hired, they have a contract, they're here for the entire year.
Right.
The staffing contingency is for those situations where additional staffing is needed because we can't take a teacher from over here just because there are 5 students fewer in that class than we projected. We can't take that teacher because it doesn't work. The planning factors don't work. We have to provide another teacher over here because that grade went over what we projected and can't be absorbed within the number of teachers that are already there.
So in the case of hiring based on projections, and then the enrollment doesn't meet the projections, then the result is a lower class size in those
It can be,
few
yes.
places. And can you help me with the projected carryover for FY21?
Yes. In every budget, we assume that we are going to have $3.5 million from the prior year's budget to help fund the next fiscal year. So in FY20, we assumed that we would have $3.5 million from FY19 left over that we could use in the FY20 budget. And that was one of our line items on the revenue side when we built the FY20 budget. As we're building the FY21 budget, we're making that same assumption, that we're going to have $3.5 million left at the end of FY20 that we can use to fund the FY21 budget.
But this projection, that last figure, the 0.1, is just a projection of what the end of the year will be, right? Based on our snapshot on November 30th?
That's correct.
So, I mean, given that, are we going to adjust the projected carryover amount for, downward from 3.5 million? Because at least at this point, with this snapshot, it doesn't look like we're going to make that.
I am not anticipating changing that figure at this point for a number of reasons, which I would prefer not to get into until next week when the superintendent's budget comes out. And we can have a conversation about that at that time. But I'm confident that the 0.1 is a very, very conservative estimate. As I indicated last year, we said that we would have about $0.9 million left at the end of the year. And we ended up with $8.4 million and would have had more had the revenue from the county come in at what they estimated, and we didn't have to give up more revenue to the county. We had savings from operations that ended up at about $12 million, but we had to reduce it because of money that we owed back to the county. So we were in good stead, even though we said we had 0.9, we were going to end with 0.9 at this time last year. We ended up with around 12.
So using last year as an example, last school year, the 18-19 school year, we also had an enrollment about 500 below what projections were. And what happened then? I'm assuming that we had the same 3.5 million projected carryover.
Mm-hmm.
And what happened then?
I'm not sure I understand the question. We've had a $3.5 million carryover in our budget since I've been here. It's changed a little bit, but that carryover figure has been a part of the budget for the last at least 10, 12 years.
Even though the actual funds available at the end of the fiscal year varies. I mean, here
Yes.
we're projecting 0.1, but actually it was 8 million the year before.
Yes, we project the same amount. It's a level funding amount.
What would cause you to change that amount?
I would have to look at a number of different factors. I would have to look at whether or not I felt that the 0.1 figure would truly translate to something larger at the end of the year. If I wasn't confident of that, I might change that. If we were getting a whole bunch more revenue next year and we didn't need the 3.5 million, I might change that so that we could have more in closeout that we could replenish our reserves from. But that is likely not going to be a scenario that we're going to see next year for next year's budget. So any decrease in that amount will then put an increased strain on next year's budget.
And vice versa. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Van Dorn, do you have any questions? Thank you, Ms. Peterson. When do we get our next, do we have a third quarter fiscal year report out? When is that in our?
Typically, that does not come until June.
Till June?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right, thank you very much.
All right, I
So
still
we'll
have one
continue
more
to the
piece.
next. Yep.
and that is the CIP Quarterly Report. As you can see here, our major construction projects are moving along. We have a total project budget at this time of $416 million. We've expended or committed over $336 million and have about $79.6 million available. For minor construction, major maintenance, which is our annual budget for projects that typically take 1 year or less, as opposed to major construction, which take multiple years. We have a budget of $10.3 million. We've spent about $6.3 and have 4 remaining. These are the projects that we have under our major construction banner. I will point out the asterisks that you see in that second column next to those projects. That asterisk means that those projects actually had savings when they were completed, and their savings total about $2.4 million. And those funds were transferred by the school board from the projects into the capital reserve. So there were 5 projects with savings. On the minor construction, major maintenance, or MCMM side, we have about 153 projects. 59% of those have been completed so far, and we anticipate that the remaining projects will be completed by the end of the fiscal year. And currently, our MCMM reserve is $1.1 million. Any questions?
Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you. Can you go back one slide, please? Yeah, the MCMM, and are those 153 projects available on the website?
Yes, they're on the website. They're in the budget document as well, and there are lots of details on board docs with the documents that accompany this report, this presentation. There's a lot more detail there.
The documents that accompany this presentation?
Yes,
okay.
On board docs. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but just, if I wake up in the middle of the night one night and with MCMM on my mind, is there a spot on the website that, I can go to? That would, give me the list or something like that?
The list of projects that are anticipated for the year are in the budget document. We always list those projects. I'm not sure if there's a website dedicated just for MCMM, but we do have these reports that we present to the school board periodically, so they are on board docs for people to find.
So the current list of projects will not be able to see until next week from today,
They're on
when
board docs now.
the budget comes out.
No, the current list of projects is attached to this presentation on board docs. It has a list of all of the projects, where we are, what the budget was, what we've expended so far, what's left. All of those projects are in detail in this report. The projects that come out in the budget document next year are the ones that are anticipated for FY21. So if you looked at the FY20 budget, which is online on the Budget Finance website, you would see all of the projects that were anticipated for the current year under MCMM.
Okay, and
This is your last question, Reed.
what's the total amount for this year's MCMM?
$10.3 million.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Sure. Any other questions? Ms. Van Doren, do you have any questions? Reed, do you have any more questions?
No, none of this.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, Ms. Peterson.
Yes.
On board docs, so because you had the exchange so that our community knows, you have for presentation, but you also have the capital projects memo, there's another memo. There's 2
Right.
memos on here.
There's 2 memos.
And then
There's
the
one
3
memo
tables.
that accompanies
Correct.
the fiscal status, which is
That you just presented.
This piece right here. There's a memo that accompanies that. And then there's a memo and several very detailed reports that accompany the capital.
Right. And the
project
community
status.
can see the savings, the budget, the encumbrances, the expenditures,
Yes.
the remaining budget, what's obligated, and so forth.
Absolutely. You can
Yes.
see that for every major
And that's already
construction
posted. So
project.
if
and
anyone is
for
interested,
MCMM.
you can go to Board Docs, the meeting as is tonight. You will find our presentation that Ms. Peterson is presenting to us, and you'll find the company reports with all the details. And we have this presentation with the company reports at every fiscal monitoring. So
That's correct.
I just want to clarify that.
Thank you very much.
I understand that we have some students here this evening to speak on our animal science, Career Center Animal Science Program presentation. So hearing no objections, I would like to switch item E2 and item E3 for presentation and move next to our Career Center Animal Science Program. Then that would be followed by our one-to-one digital device model. Okay, so hearing no objections, Ms. Johnson, would you kindly please present the Career Center Animal Science Program?
Yes, I'm happy to. Ms. Loff, would you like to do the initial introductions? Thank you.
It's my pleasure to introduce Chris Martini, Supervisor of the Career, Technical, and Adult Education, who will be sharing an update regarding our Career and Technical Education Animal Science Program.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Board Chair Ms. Talento, School Board, Ms. Johnson, the Executive Leadership Team, for the opportunity to present Animal Science Monitoring Report tonight. As it was said, I'm Chris Martini, Director of Career Technical Adult Education, and I look forward to giving you an update on this. I also have Phyllis Gandy, the Supervisor of Career and Technical Education, with me tonight as well. So, we'll go over the program profile. We'll take a look at the good news of the program, data that provides insight, moving forward, what we learned, and some of the bright spots from the program. So at Central Office, we have myself and Ms. Gandy, who are the curriculum supervisors for the program. We have 2 teachers at the Animal Science program at the Arlington Career Center. We have 1 animal technician, and we have 1 classroom assistant. We offer the following courses: the Veterinary Science 1 and Veterinary Science 2. We also offer Small Animal Care 1 and Small Animal Care 2. Each of those are 1 credit. A few years ago, we changed this arrangement of the courses to the present configuration. Students are able to complete a sequence of courses in 1 year, and they will become a program completer. And as you know, a program completer is someone that has taken a sequence of career and technical courses in a pathway and then graduated. Each of these courses or classes are 1 credit, 1 taken in the fall and 1 taken in the spring, and they're taken concurrently, so they will become a completer. So the first 2 are taken as concurrently, which is Veterinary Science 1 and 2, and then the second 2 are taken concurrently, which is Small Animal Care 1 and Small Animal Care 2. So our program in 2011 was one of the 3 Career and Technical Education Exemplary Programs of the Year that Governor McDonald recognized. One of the things they said about the program, or the importance of the program, was the internship opportunities that they had. They also liked the fact that many of our graduates pursued post-secondary education, animal science field, including some who went on to become veterinarians. So here's our course enrollment for the past 3 years. You'll notice that we have an increase in the small animal program over that time. This shows the demographic breakdown of each of the courses for the past 2 years. Our state-required competency attainment is here as well. This slide represents the competencies or skills attained for the students over the past 2 years. It should be noted that the past 2 years have been a migration into the Synergy system. As a district, we are usually around the 90% student attainment level. We will not have the competency attainment rate for this year until the end of the year, when all those competencies are compiled in Synergy. We are looking at why there was a drop in 18-19. So these are the 2 state-approved credentials that are offered for our courses. As you can see, the pass rate is in the mid-80s. We do the NAPS pet sitters. We also do the workplace readiness. Both of these are state-approved credentials. Our typical rate of a pass rate in the district is about 76%. So these 2 courses have a higher pass rate for our credentialing than some of our other courses that we have. This is the breakdown for the demographic breakdown for our students in the National Association Pet Sitters. This is over the past 3 years. And these are the students that have taken the test, not the ones that passed. I have that data next. As we look at this slide, this graph shows, again, the demographics from last year of the students that tested, which is the blue, and the students that passed, which is the orange. And that's the demographic breakdown that you can see on the slide. This slide shows the state-approved credentialing for the workplace readiness. Again, it's the students that have taken the test and the ethnic breakdown for those students. And again, we broke it down this way for last year, the demographics of the students tested and passed, and last year's workplace readiness credentials in the animal science program. So what's the average age of a school building? Not hearing any responses? Pretty old, yes. The National Center for Education Statistics notes that 40 years is the average age for our school in the United States. So we must develop a vision for the labs that will provide opportunities for students when we build and open some of these schools in the future. I think we've done a good job staying current with industry in our programs. The state reviews competencies every 5 years with a team, which include teachers from around the state and industry representatives. We felt that we had a unique experience with the construction of the Career Center and the focus on career and technical education. We wanted to look at the program at the Career Centers and develop a vision for the labs that will provide opportunities for the students when the building opens for now and in the future. Because if we think about it, that those labs will start opening in about 3 to 5 years, right? So we need to be thinking about that. How can we make them stronger in that time frame? And then they're going to last 40 years, so how can we also kind of accommodate that as we're moving forward and making it flexible enough so that we can add these new things as they come along within the industry. This is also, so we started with the animal science program. We plan to kind of do this with all the different programs in the Career Center so that we hit all of the major points in there, and we're making sure that we're putting these into these new labs. This is also in line with the Perkins requirement of a comprehensive local needs assessment. We pulled together the teachers, the animal science technicians. We also had the curriculum supervisors from science and from career and technical education. We also brought people in from the Department of Teaching and Learning. We had the secondary director, facilities. We had the assistant superintendent was in there as well. We had personnel from facilities. We had the architects. We had students. We had a veterinarian from our CTE, or our advisory committee, our CTE advisory committee. And we also had people from the Animal Science Advisory Committee on this group as we reviewed. So we'll not take an existing lab that we have at the Career Center right now and put it into a new building. I think that would be fiscally irresponsible. So we need to build a space that will provide the needed specialty areas and equipment to keep the students on the forefront of this industry and all of our industries that we have there. We need this facility that is state-of-the-art in each program area. We also need to ensure that instruction precedes construction. So we developed a vision for the animal science program that will prepare students for multiple post-secondary pathways in the agricultural industry. We reviewed state competencies for each of the programs or the courses that we offered. We identified the career opportunities in the field, and we also looked at market needs. What does it look like in the next 10 years? Will there be jobs in this area that students will be able to fill? We identified stackable credentials for future inclusion in our program. So are we providing students the best opportunities to start getting them into the workforce, but then also giving them the opportunity for the education they need to keep advancing? We developed a list of animals that are needed to meet the state-approved competencies, and we identified space needs which align with the competency requirements. So here's some of the work that we did and some of the charts that was developed in the work that we did. You can see this is about the career field and the opportunities that are in the field. You can also see that we have on there what the salary ranges are for some of the different careers. And we also looked at, like I said before, what are the needs of industry? Will we have some of these needs 5 and 10 years down the line? Next, we looked at our credentials. We looked at the credentials that we were doing, what are the state-approved credentials, and we also looked at what credentials we could add. The asterisks on here designate the state-approved credentials, and the ones on the left are the ones that we are doing right now, and we have a possible addition, which is on the right. The Department of Labor defines stackable credentials as those that are part of a sequence of credentials that can be accumulated over time and move an individual along a career pathway or up a career ladder. Here are the stackable credentials that we're using right now. We start with the workplace readiness. From there, we do the pet first aid. We are looking for a new provider for that because the Red Cross does not do that anymore. But there is some pet first aid, which is part of the National Association of Professional Pet Sitters. And we do give that certification as well. And you saw that was at about an 84% pass rate. We also offer them FEMA Animals in Disaster 1 and Disaster 2. Those are not state approved, but they do come with dual enrollment options with them. So that starts to get them in a path or a career path within that field. We're looking at doing the Certified Veterinary Assistant examination. That will allow a student to work in a vet shop and be able to have a credential that would allow them to be into that, in that field. We looked at needed equipment. We took our existing inventory of equipment, and we also took the state-approved equipment list. From that, we found that we do not have chip implant devices and electronic readers. Now, that's a basic piece of equipment that if you get or adopt an animal from any of the shelters in the area, that is one of the requirements that they do. So we are looking at how we can go ahead and get that into the program. We also found that we do not have veterinary office software, so that students don't have that option to be able to start using that software before they would get out into a veterinary clinic. We do have part of the requirements in the class or in the competencies is dog bathing and grooming, but we don't have a place for that. We also need to have an examining room and the equipment for that examining room, which we don't presently have. We next look at competency alignment. And we took the competencies and we asked, okay, from the competency list that we have, and these are the state-approved competencies, what animals do we need for the program? And as you can see, there's dogs, cats, rabbits, reptiles. We have herbivores, I think they're called. And we also have exotics. And those are the ones that are required in our small animal science and our veterinary tech, which we've been teaching now for many years. We then looked at our work-based learning opportunities, and you can see these are some of the ones that we have now, and we looked at ones that we could go ahead and improve on, because as you know, with the profile of a Virginia graduate and the requirements that we have from the school board, We want to make sure that our students are not just staying within those four walls, but we're getting experiences outside those four walls so they can really see what the industry is like and how they can work within this industry. Finally, I had an opportunity to talk with the admissions officer or director at the vet school, the Virginia Vet School, Virginia, Maryland. It's down at Blacksburg, to find out what it requires to get students, what the requirements are for students to get into the vet school. 60% of it is grades. And then the 40% I've kind of blown up on the blue, in the little blue bubble, so that you could kind of see the extracurricular, if you will, opportunities they want students to have. So she suggested that students have experiences in a clinic, shelter, or other area with contact with animals. It could be paid or unpaid. They really want students to have an understanding of what a vet does before they get into the school. She also mentioned that there's many students that are coming from an urban area, and they do not have any experience with farm animals. So they don't have an expectation that students have that, and they start everybody at ground zero when they're in that school. The vet, you can also see the component of research, and that does fit nicely with the profile of a Virginia graduate, also the school board priorities. And I would say that students apply to vet school after their second year in college. So they need to be doing this not only in high school, but they really have to be part of these different opportunities and work-based learning experiences as they're going through college those first couple of years to enhance their resume and make them more marketable for the vet school. Some of those stackable credentials that we're looking at help students do that. So moving forward, what do we need to do? We need to purchase needed equipment for the program. We need to identify equipment that's used in the local vet clinics so that we have those for our students to use and be able to understand. And we need to get quotes and do a timeline for that. We also need to purchase the software that's needed as well. Do the same thing and work with IS so that we can go ahead and have that compatible and students can be able to use that in the classrooms. We want to provide opportunities for students to gain additional state-approved industry credentials. We need to make sure that we have enough stackable credentials for students so they can continue up that pathway. We also want to make sure that we incorporate identified areas of need into our new facility to prepare students for their future education and career paths. Current approved educational specifications include 3 dedicated labs for the Animal Science Vet Tech program in the new facility. As the design progresses, there will be several opportunities for APS staff to refine the floor plan so that the identified areas of need can be incorporated. The areas in the new facility will be the improvement from the existing today, and they'll incorporate the latest in CTE best practices and also codes and standards. We also want to focus on the small animals as required by our competencies, discontinue the use of the farm animals for the animal science program. Our program has a history of providing students work-based learning opportunities. And our students have been going out to the Equestrian Center for many years to gain experiences on large animals. We need to continue that, and we need to build on that. We would also like to get students out into a farm so they can really see the production, how animal production works in a farm setting. So what did we learn from this? That we need to involve many stakeholders as we start looking at this visioning process to strengthen our programs as we're moving forward. This process will be used by the other programs at the Career Center as well, and the process aligns with the strategic plan in ensuring an engaged workforce, operational excellence, and mutually supportive partnerships. So how can the board help? We need to honor that instruction should precede construction. Change is always hard but necessary to strengthen a program. We need to support these recommendations moving forward. The additional equipment and software will be put in the upcoming Perkins Plan, and facility upgrades will be incorporated in the new building plan, so that we'll have some of these new spaces in there for students to be able to use and experience before they get out into clinics. So, our bright spots, these are the Carpenter twins that went through the animal science program, and now they're doctors of veterinary medicine. This is their graduation day down at Virginia Tech. And I'll be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martini. I believe we have speakers. Is that correct, Ms. Elliott?
Yes, ma'am, we have 6 speakers.
Okay, and I just want to, what I didn't say before is, I recognize that we have a one-to-one presentation that was supposed to go first, but that is a 44-page PowerPoint. This was 29. Both of these topics are important to the board and the community, and understanding that we have students here to speak on the animal science, I wanted to give them the opportunity to not wait another hour and a half, but I also know that that put other speakers waiting. I just anticipate that this presentation will be a little shorter than the one-to-one. So thank you for your understanding, and I do apologize for the guest presenter we have here for one-to-one, and to the community members who may be speaking on one-to-one. And thank you for allowing us to accommodate our students. Ms. Elliott, if you could call our students up.
All right. Our first speaker is Ann Merica. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Martini, for the review, and thank you, Board, for hearing us today. My name's Ann Merica.
And I'm Alex Merica.
Alex Merica. Alex is a sophomore at Arlington Tech, and is using Arlington Tech both as a hands-on program, which has been wonderful, but is also taking advantage of the Career Center programs that have been there, particularly the animal science. Alex, if I do say so myself, is a very talented artist, and does creature design, animation, makes critters, sells them, already has a business going, but studies the animals and how they move as a way into this animation, and is hopefully going off to art school. The point is that the animal science program is not just a vocational program for veterinary techs or for people that want a pet sitting certificate. It is an absolutely crucial part of a well-rounded school program that can teach biochemistry, can teach anatomy, can teach biomechanics, and can teach any number of other programs. The large animals are a part of that. There is a need for, particularly if you're going to consider this a part of the agriculture community, for animals that are raised for food, you need some of the larger animals, the chickens, the goats, the animals that the Career Center has that no other facility, high school facility in the state has. These are the kids that are going to be coming up with new solutions for animal processing, new solutions for animal care, and we should give them that opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, that was,
We can give him 2 minutes. Okay. You'll get 2 minutes since you didn't speak, and then we'll go on to the next student speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. So I am Alex Merica. I am one of the students who are enrolled in Arlington Tech. The issue is that they're trying to get rid of our big animals, but the big animals, we do not have any other access besides outside programs. That's what makes us unique. They're trying to change us and make us like everything else, while the purpose of APS is to be unique and continue on and continue to develop in our ways and listening to the students. The problem is construction in the background where we have the animals is not big enough for regular construction anyway. If they tried, they couldn't even put a trailer back there. So why would you take that space when the animals are already using it that we've had there for years and years and that we're taking advantage of. Why would you change that? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Julie Paez.
Hello, I'm Julie Paez. I am a Wakefield High School student and also part-time student at Arlington Career Center. I take animal science, and I wanted to talk about this decision that the school wants to do and the board wants to do. I understand that the school and the board wants to expand this program and make it more efficient, more better, but this decision is not mentally, like for the animals, it's not mentally, they're not going to be mentally stable if they move out of somewhere that they've been there for their whole lives. They've been there for over 20 years, and it's not good for their mental health, and also for the students that have also been there for them and taking care of them. And we've all put in so much effort for these animals, and just for them to be taken away, I don't agree with. We understand that okay, we've also made a petition online. We have over 20K supporters on not having this decision be made, because it really hurts me that they want to get rid of these animals, because I've started this I've started this class last year, and this community and the staffs and everyone have been so generous and grateful. Like, I'm so grateful for everyone and the animals, and I just don't want them to be taken away from their home. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Allison Gregg.
Hello, I'm Allison Gregg, and I want to speak on behalf of everyone in animal science, because we, the students, feel strongly about taking them away, because, like Julie said, it's going to mentally hurt the animals that have been there for all their lives, and that's going to hurt every other student that's been here. And taking them away from an urban area, like, it's not common to have them in an urban area, and it's hard for many students to get out there. Like, no one wants to drive 2 hours away to go see a horse. Like, this is so unique. That's why I did the program, because I want to become a veterinarian. And it's very emotional to, like, see them take away. It's not right. And it's just like it's so, like, every student you can see is so passionate. Like, today we had a Japanese kid group that I stayed after, many students stayed after to show the kids, and you see how their faces light up. Like, taking that away is just terrible. And everyone is just so, like, I'm very passionate about this. And this program gave me so many opportunities that I thought I couldn't have. And I'm glad I'm here today to stand up for this, because this program is really amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Next we have Lewis Odom.
Hello, my name is Lewis Odom. I'm also enrolled at Wakefield High School. I'm a junior. I'm also enrolled in the animal science class. I don't believe I'm as passionate as my compatriots about this, but I would still like to speak out about this. I have not been with the animals as long as they have, and I'm guessing I have not made the same connections that they have. But it's such a, as they have previously stated, it's such a rare opportunity to have goats, chickens, and a horse just in your classroom. From my personal experience, I've only ever seen them and my uncle's farms, which was thousands of miles away. So I would say that it's such a unique experience, as I've previously stated, and as well, I have most likely a lot of personal bias towards this because I very much look forward to things being built upon and improved upon, but I'm very stubborn when it comes to things that are being taken away. And of course, I know that the board does not wish to solely take away, but as I've stated, they have been such a unique impact, and also, as both teachers and students alike have said, there are so many opportunities in the agricultural field that are just waiting to be taken, not advantage of, but are waiting for there to be used. And I think it's a shame that these animals, which are so not necessarily integral, but very well ingrained in the idea of agriculture, being taken away, it makes me very disappointed and frustrated. As well as they've mentioned the mental health of the animals. I'm not sure how far that would go, but these animals have been here for a very long time, and the people that have been enrolled in this class are very connected to them in a way that I probably can't describe here. So I would just like to state the fact, it annoys me that this system is seemingly not being added upon, but I'm grateful for whatever decision you all make. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Okay, and our last speaker is Ingrid Gank.
Protocol already being established. I just want to echo the fact that this program is something that I'm so proud of as a parent of a former student in Arlington Public Schools. I'm speaking as a parent. He was at the Career Center, and you guys know him as Javon. He was in the culinary arts program first, which I think he should have went to school for that, but he didn't. It was too many people. He didn't get in the next semester. He then became an HVAC student, and some things happened with that teacher, and that program is no more. And so he went into animal science, and Joe was a very shy gentleman, although he's 6'4", very calm gentleman. And after being in this program just for a short time, he was going around Arlington speaking on behalf of what this program does for students. And I'm so proud of him because that gave him an out to speak about just the love that he got from these animals. And so I urge you to look at how we all talk about students learn differently and how this program is such an asset to our students who learn a different way and who need that coping mechanism of something given back to them at that moment. It does teach them a lot of life skills that they can't always get. And Joe went on to get a degree in engineering, and I'm so proud of him. And so I'm looking forward to the veterinarians that are in this room right now and all the great things that will come from our program at the Career Center. So I urge you to think twice and 3 times, if you must, about what we will do with this program, and if it's not here, where it might be and how we can keep it to where it is. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. I'm going to open up the floor to questions from my colleagues, but first I just want to thank the students for coming out to speak tonight. I know how stressful and nervous it can be to speak in public because I have to do it all the time and I still get nervous about it. But I thought that you all spoke very well, very clear, and I think we all very much appreciated the different perspectives we heard tonight and your advocacy. So thank you for coming out on a school night and being willing to wait as long as you needed to speak. We appreciate that. Colleagues, are there questions or comments? Sure. I know that we have. You ready to start? Ms. Van Doren. Are you okay? Well, and we'll break it up. There's a few questions, so we'll probably do a couple of rounds of questions. So we'll start with about 4 questions each, and then we'll go for a second round.
Okay, so I sent several questions today after reading the presentation, and I'd hoped that they'd be covered, but they weren't. So I'm going to go ahead and ask. Probably the most salient one is the difference between animal science and veterinary science. And I understand, and you correct me if I'm wrong so we can be faster, that you have embedded the veterinary science and training and certification in the animal science program at this point.
We have 2 programs for the animal science. The one is the small animal care, and those are the small animal care 1 and small animal care 2. And the other one is a vet tech 1 and Vet Tech 2, or Veterinary Science 1 and Veterinary Science 2.
Is that
So
part
that-
of the animal science program and
Yes.
coursework, or is it its own standalone course?
It's part of the coursework.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And that is a 2-credit course, and it's a science course, correct?
It's a CTE course, and it gives science credit for the second biology.
Right. So if you're at the Career Center,
Yes,
you can take this class and fulfill a science requirement.
the second science requirement.
You get a science requirement fulfilled, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you eliminate the large animals, can you, as of this day, February 20th, guarantee me that a student can take this class and get a science credit?
Yes,
My understanding was that that had not been approved by the state yet.
it has been approved by the understanding that I have from Dr. Lee. He has got the confirmation from them. That's my understanding.
Are you sure?
That's what I was told.
Okay. So that's my question. Because I'm really questioning that, because that's not the information I had. I'm sorry. I just have to question that. So,
Right.
I would like to follow up on that. So that's my question. I have a statement. Do you want me to make my statement later? Okay. So my perception is that we keep narrowing the options at the Career Center. We're narrowing the options in Arlington Tech at a time when we talk about pathways for our students. Not all students take the same pathway. And I know you're committed to those multiple pathways, as I have heard you speak many, many times. And I'm not even going to touch on my favorite topic, but we keep eliminating pathways. This is the elimination of a pathway when you eliminate these large animals. And I have a problem with that. To me, we're reverse engineering a problem, which is we don't want to allocate the space to this. That's what I think was really happening here. Having grown up in a rural community where there was Future Farmers of America and the 4-H Club, which are right here in Virginia, it seems to me that there could be a unique way to solve this problem if we put our minds to it. And to eliminate this component of this program, I think, is a serious mistake in an urban setting where it is so hard for kids to get this kind of exposure. So I really am adamantly opposed to what we're doing. I don't have any problem with thinking outside the box about how the kids get the experience. I'm not saying it has to be on that site, but I think we have to have it, and to be dependent on somebody else's arrangement with an equine center when we have lots of other opportunities in Virginia. I just think we can solve this, and I would really like us to solve it. And this board member, if I ever get to vote on it, would not vote to support what we're about to do. I would rather perhaps like to go back and challenge you, as I have challenged you on HVAC and many other things, to become creative about maybe it's not right at this particular place on this piece of blade of grass, but where is it and how do we do it so that these kids have that experience of working with animals, which has so many benefits to a child. And when you have so few opportunities in Arlington, to not let them have this is, I think, a huge mistake in an era when kids are more removed from food sources, when we're going to be asking them to solve these problems in the future. We should be giving them that experience so they understand it. And I would really, colleagues, I think we need to go back to the drawing board, and rather than say we're eliminating this from the curriculum, to find a creative way to solve the problem of a space constraint and figure out what to do rather than eliminate it. That is my personal, one board member's opinion, and I feel very strongly about it, as I do about all the options at the Career Center. And you know that.
I know. We do have I would like to say that within our group, we came up with a couple of options that we are looking into. One of the options that we are looking into is the possibility of having the animals at the outdoor lab. There are buses that go to the outdoor lab daily, and we can provide an opportunity for our students to interact and to be part of or work with those animals all throughout the year. There's also a 3-week summer program which goes out there daily as well. We are looking at that. We also identified one spot in Arlington where we're going to look into as well. And we are being creative of how we can find a spot so that our students can have the experience. So I want to make sure that, you know, you're not thinking I'm the bad guy and just want to go ahead and say we don't have this and we don't want to have this. We do want to provide the experience. We're working very hard and we're using all the minds together to come up with solutions. The other solution that we're looking at was at the outdoor lab, but we're also going to check the farms that are around the outdoor lab so we can actually get the students out and see a really working farm, not just a miniature horse, but really see how cows, how chickens, the production part of that and what that really means. So that's what we're working on as well. It gets them outside of the confines of 4 walls, okay? Gets them out to see industry, to see things that are happening in industry, how it works, and the different animal science careers that are available. So we are trying to. So don't think that we're not. And like I said, we're really putting an effort into this because we know the passion and we understand that passion with the animals. And it's hard with that. I mean, if I was here and, you know, just talking about cars, we wouldn't have anybody here, you know. But since they are animals, right? If they're animals, right, and there's a real connection and bond to that, then we do. And I know, and so we are trying to take that into consideration and work passionately through the problem.
Dr. Kennedy?
Sure. Thank you very much. I have a couple of questions. I think I want to start with a higher level question first, which is, and I was really glad to see that you're really starting this process. I mean, we are building an expansion of the Career Center, and it does provide us the opportunity really to rethink the spaces for all of our programs there. So animal science has had a little bit of urgency. It came up last year, and so you've now dug into it, and I'm really glad that you have the group you have working on this together. And then I'm glad that you've shared that you're going to go on and then talk about our other programs in the same way. And so I wondered, as you're getting, and this is your first shot at this, you know, we have the part-time Career Center, you know, CTE programs that high schoolers come to. Arlington Tech students take advantage of these courses. As you're thinking about reimagining each of these programs or how they're going to be refreshed and take advantage of the fact that we're building a new facility, do you actually have sort of some criteria, a framework that you're kind of thinking about? You know, you mentioned a number of things
Right.
that you looked at. So are you going to have kind of a consistent way of thinking about each of these, what you're looking for, whether it's dual enrollment credit or, you know, science credits or credentials, you know?
Right. We're using the model that we did. We're really starting with the competencies, the skills that the students have to have for the individual class that's over there. We're looking at that. We're looking at the career pathways. We're looking at what are those stackable credentials. We're also looking at the equipment needs. We're looking at space requirements as well. What are some constraints that we might have? How can we get through those constraints? And then we also look to see, I mean, another part of the animal science program that we were looking at is we need a reception area so students have an understanding of when people are coming in. We also need that for our other health and medical. So as we're starting to design the spaces and the architects are designing the spaces, we're identifying that now so that we can do it while they're in the design process, as opposed to try to reconfigure something once they come to us with a drawing. That's why we really want to go through this process so that we can really identify these needs. And like I said, this is a real unique opportunity for career and technical education. Look at all the different labs that we're going to be having to look at and do. And we want to make sure that they're right. and we're providing the cutting edge for our students so that we can strengthen all of our programs. So that's kind of what we've taken, and we're using that. We are looking at how we can get, not just the teachers, but also people from industry to look at that, and from the advisory committees, so that we have more heads than just a couple of us, or more minds than just a few of us looking at it. It's been great having facilities and the architect there as well, because they're really starting to hear the needs of the program. The last meeting we had, I know we had, a little bit of contentiousness in there, but once we got everything together and started really working on it, it really, I was really impressed with the brainstorming and the problem solving, and everybody willing to kind of work together to kind of solve a problem. And so I would see that in the other programs as well. So yes, we do have a framework. We're going to use that model. I think what we're going to look at is we're still refining that to see who we might be able to put together, because it does take time, and we need to move it forward so that we can have that for the architects as they're finishing up their design. So, yes.
Yeah, so, and I know that we're going to be continuing to monitor Arlington Tech and that instructional program, and so, and as we watch the facility develop as well, as these different programs come to us for this, for a look, having that kind of consistent way of looking at each of them. I know they're all different,
right,
and students may have different ambitions on different paths, but having a consistent way of thinking about each of these as we go through, I think will be really helpful. So then getting to a couple of details on this particular program, do you mind putting up the list of animals that I think you basically had concluded that these are the animals that you would need for the particular course pathways? So first of all, let me just double check. Are the course titles changing?
No.
The same courses?
Same courses, same titles, same state course code, and our state and our local code numbers.
But within those courses, I assume you're anticipating, because you talk about dog washing and some things, I'm not actually exactly sure what all is entailed in the course now. Are you anticipating the actual, sequence of topics in the course agenda outline? Do you anticipate that changing, evolving, or is it really the same course?
I think it's the same required competencies that we've had. Teachers can do, we have to have the required, that's what we report down to the state. After that, teachers can put optional or requirements in, and that's what we've done some of, yes. But these are the required ones, and that's what we look at, because those are the ones we have to report down to the state.
So have you, in limiting to these animals, are you losing any competencies or
no
topics that were part of the course before?
No. Well, I'd say there are two that, they have, some of the extras that they have put in is to feed a goat, to walk a goat, and the same with a horse. Those kind of basic.
The specifics to those animals are?
Yes, if I remember correctly, there's 5 competencies for each of them, for the goats and for the horse.
Okay. And then I guess the last question is, what is the timeline that you're looking at? So this is, by the way, a major reduction in animals. Is this all
I wouldn't say,
headed toward 2025?
I wouldn't say it's a major reduction. The larger animals are the farm animals.
My friend the ball python is not in there. Or no, maybe he is, actually.
Well, it's a reptile,
but yeah,
right?
You're right. You're right. There's reptile there.
So those aren't.
The question was the timing.
The ones, the ones that were. Yes, the timing. We're looking at that. We're looking at what construction is and where we can find a location and kind of solve the problem, and then kind of get that worked out. So, the software and things. Yeah, some of those we can. We can. Hopefully, we can have that. If it's not going to be in. If we don't purchase it this year, it will definitely be purchased for next year. For some of the equipment.
When it comes to the physical labs and things,
the fiscal labs are going to have to go in into the new space because we just don't have space with the configuration right now.
Thank you, and I do know between the architects and the facilities side, as well as Principal Chung and the folks you have working on this, Ms. Gandy and you, of course, I know you all were working very hard on this issue. The animal science program is terrific. We're all big fans, and we're fans of the entire program, and definitely want to be moving into the future. So
Great, thank you.
Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Chris. Help me with this. So I thought I heard that the plan, or I guess the rationale, is that because of the new construction, the location of the animal science program needs to move from its current location in that building to a new location because of the needs of construction and in order to keep the program going. The program's not being shut down and then started up again after construction's finished. Is that correct? Can you just kind of go over that and make sure I got it right?
That's correct, and I'll try to go ahead and do that, and Mr. Chadwick can jump in if I'm not saying it correctly. My understanding is that all labs have to be functioning and a new space has to be built for them before they take the old space down, so they will continue to function. We cannot have a career and technical program without a classroom space with hands-on activities going on. So so my understanding is the first part of the construction is to rebuild the animal science space, to rebuild the automotive spaces, and the TV production spaces. That will be the first part of the building that will come up. Once that's up, the classes will be moved over to that space, and then the demolition will happen on the back side of the building where those labs are right now. And so they'll also take in all that space that is a grazing spot for the horse and the goats.
And that's because the west side of the building, the Highland Street side, and the back side, the 9th Street side, are the lowest height sides of the building that are going to be increased as a result of the construction?
I think that's the space where they can start construction.
Maybe I should answer these questions for you. Mr. Martini is completely correct about the phasing of construction and the direction to design and construction and to the architect that all programs must be maintained throughout the construction period. There will be no interruption to them other than maybe the summer when they're transferring from one space to another. And the reason that the spaces on the Highland Street side, which indeed where the building will be low, but the reason where we're building there first or proposing to build there first is because those spaces have nothing on them right now. And so we're able to put new construction there and then proceed to remove the CTE labs and build the larger building where they are now.
Okay, thanks. That helps. Can you also help me with the rationale for configuring the animal science curriculum? I mean, I thought I heard that you were doing research looking at what background a student would need to transition from, APS with one or many of these certificates under their belt into either employment or the next phase of education, at the higher ed level and or even veterinary school.
Right. We reconfigured let's see, I think it was on the first couple slides. We just reconfigured the layout of those classes so that a student within 1 year could then become a completer. So they would take the level 1 and the level 2. They could come back and take the next ones as well. If they do it as a junior, then the senior, they could do the next 2. We are also looking at what kind of stackable credentials we could do so that students could, they could With just the pet sitters, they could, they could even be an entrepreneur and do dog walking and, taking care of animals when people are away and things like that. But then we want to make sure that we have these add-on credentials so that if we go with the vet tech, then veterinary assistant, then they can actually get into a clinic and work as a veterinary assistant, which is, I believe it's a licensed program for them. And then it also increases the amount of money that they could make as well. And it does give them kind of a next level. It gets them into a facility, and it also affords them some of the background that they would need if they are going to go on to vet school,
But
or other areas as well.
I thought I heard that there was no particular advantage to the large animal, I don't know what you call it, curriculum or
right. Well,
or
it's not.
piece
It's
because
as we looked at it, as we actually looked at the competencies, they're not within the competencies. So we do have to give these other options for them. Students get into the wildlife ecology and things like that, but we don't have wild critters there for them to work on. How do they get that experience? So it's a lot of internships, a lot of that type of thing. And so, we need to be able to provide that opportunity. So it's not only going into vet school, but there are other services. Department of Agriculture has a large animal a wild animal area with them all throughout the United States. A lot of them are at the airports keeping birds off the runway and other critters off the runways as well. How do kids get those experiences? It's not, they're not just going to, they're not coming to a high school, and we don't have fox and we don't have, wolves and things like that they're able to handle. They have to do that on internships and things like that, or once they have advanced or they get more education, more advanced degrees.
Okay, one more question. Okay, thanks. And so do you have plans for public utilization of the animal science program the way you have public utilization of auto repair and culinary arts and cosmetology? Can I bring my dog in to be washed or something?
We're talking about that, and that is an option. I know Fairfax schools do that. They do have options for that. If we had a bathing and grooming area, we're into that a little bit more, we could have options for doing something like that. I think the other thing that we have as well is enrichment programs. Usually I was there on Saturday with the robotics 2 Saturdays ago, and there was an enrichment program in there, and the kids were in there working with the animals as well. And they do have that in the summer as well. So not only, I would say, mostly student education, but we are looking at options of doing that. I know we have to look at insurances and things like that, bringing other people. I know they allow some of the staff from the Career Center, when they do the bathing and the grooming part of their curriculum, they allow them to come in and they'll do that for other animals, but we have to see how that, how it might work with the community. Some dogs are a little bit more frisky than others, and so I think we need to, we just have to figure that out and work with the teachers on that and what's possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Was this presented to the Career Center BLPC?
Last night, not this presentation, but last night I talked about the process that we went through, how we kind of came up with the decision that we came up with, and I did present that yesterday at the BLPC.
Okay, and just to clarify, so they're aware of the recommendation that we would like to remove the large animals from the current animal science?
Yes.
Okay. A lot of the questions that I have been asked, so I'm not sure if this is going to end up in a question, but I just need to share some thoughts on this. I recognize that we need to think about the future of our programs and how to make them effective and make sure that we're meeting the needs of our students. And I recognize the great work that would come of having a program that is focused on veterinary science. Right now, with the large animals, we have an additional layer to that. the competencies that you're talking about, I understand what you're saying. So, and I'm going to make sure that I understand. We have an animal science program with a certain number of competencies. And many of those competencies, we have the ability to do what we would call project-based learning on those competencies, direct instruction with those competencies. On other of those competencies, we don't have that. That might be done through a field trip, through a research paper, through other forms of curriculum implementation. So what we're saying is, by removing the large animals, it's going to be the same thing, except our projects-based learning and on-hands experience maybe with other competencies. And the large animal competency will then have to be put forth through a research paper, a field trip, or some partnership that we create with something nearby or not so nearby. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, that's helpful. And I think I just want to be clear with that, because what happens is a lot of people don't understand that kind of analysis of a curriculum or a program. And so what we're really saying in layman language, is my interpretation, we have an animal science program with large animals and some small animals and some exotic animals. That animal science program is now going to be an animal science program that will have small animals in the program. The focus will be, the on-hands learning will be focused on veterinary preparation, and the large animal focus will be through outside sources or other parts of curriculum. Where right now, our focus is, we have the ability to do some veterinary science with the small animals, some large animal science with the large animals, and I'm not sure which other animals are leaving, but whatever that is. And competencies like the reception piece or the software piece will have to be done through an online program or a research paper or an internship. So we are changing the way the program is, and I just want to be, I think we need to say that the program as is will change, but the qualifications that we are required to meet in the program will be met by many different means, just not the way we're meeting them now. And we need to say that. The community needs to understand that, because I don't think it's fair to say, well, we're not changing the animal science program, we're just, not going to have large animals. It's a little deeper than that, and I think we need to say that. And then we need to acknowledge that this is happening because we're building a new facility. And in that new facility, we need to look at how we're building, and is it practical, and do we want to build an area for large animals? And what does that look like, and does it fit when we're bringing in 800 students? So we need to have that conversation. I think we are having that conversation, and that's what this is about. And maybe that doesn't fit, but then that puts something upon us as a board to decide, okay, you know what, it doesn't fit, we're going to eliminate it, or what are creative solutions? And so I feel like that's the path that we're on, but let's just say that. I feel like we haven't said that. It's all, so is that correct analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So now we have to decide, as a board, when we adopt the concept design in March, are we going to adopt it without an area for large animals? If we do adopt it with the large animals, is that impacting our decision to add 800 students to it, which it may be, and maybe we need a follow-up question on that? Because if it is impacting the 800 students, we might have a choice but to not build the large space, which then in case means what are other alternatives, and I'm grateful that you're looking at some other alternatives. I like the idea of outdoor lab, but that does concern me about the accessibility. If there's something here in Arlington that's much easier for our students. And then, so I just needed to paint that picture out loud. Sometimes I need to think out loud and process that. And I think that we need to understand what we're asking. And so with that in mind, I do have a question that at some point, will you be providing us a decision, you and the team and superintendent, as to if we have to not provide a space in the new building because of the complications that I just mentioned for our large animals? What will happen? When will we know if we have an option in Arlington? When will we know if we have an option in the outdoor lab? And if we don't, what are we doing as human beings to care for the animals and ensure that there is not a negative effect, or that we're putting them in a place where they will be able to transition from that trauma? And I say that being a pet owner, recognizing that when you move any kind of pet or animal from one environment to another, there is a stress that is put upon that animal. And one thing that we're trying to do here in Arlington is teach empathy. So I would ask for that as we move, wherever we move, that we understand what that plan is. But hopefully it'll be a plan that we have something at the outdoor lab or something in a nearby place in Arlington, if in fact we cannot build it in the new facility. So so the follow-up question that I have is, for Ms. Johnson and staff, are we not able to physically build a space for large animals in the new site because we have voted and decided to bring on an additional 800 seats and we don't have the room to build it? Or is it in fact a decision that's being made, and if we wanted to build that large space, we could, and it's going to be an additional X amount of money? That will then allow, I think, us to make a decision that can be informed and based on what we're looking at. And this presentation is very helpful because I understand now that we will have an animal science program that will meet all of the competencies, that will have on-hand learning with veterinarian tech, and I appreciate that skill set. But then it has a few other variables that it looks like we may have to have some answers to. But I think that will help me in understanding the decisions that we have before us, and in me being able to adopt, as one board member, the concept design in March. So I don't think I have any questions, but I just want to share that comment.
So we've captured the question and we'll follow up appropriately.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Are there any other questions or comments? Ms. Van Doren.
So I'm not going to go through all my additional questions now. I submitted some today. I'm going to submit more, and I am grappling with how, first of all, I think we're way down in the weeds, and I really want to get out of there. So I'm going to submit my questions. But I'm not comfortable with a lot of what I've heard, because what it sounds to me like when I hear this is we're going to be teaching children how to process paperwork and how to work in an office rather than handling animals. And I'm really struggling, so I probably need more information.
Can I respond to that a little bit? I would say that I wouldn't say that is what we're changing our program. When I go in and see the program right now, students are taking data on clipboards and paper. I think that we can do better than that. I think if we have a software that a student would be able to use, they can still take the data that they're taking from their animals. And if we had a program within that, we could be monitoring the intake of what the animals are doing. We can go into an analysis of that, and we can start using some of the skills that an animal science person does in a production facility. And so I don't think it's taking the hands-on part off of it. I think we're starting to look at how we can incorporate technology into our program, that we're already taking data, but what are we doing? What is the student doing with the data once that it's on that clipboard?
Oh, okay.
So-
I have some serious reservations about the direction we're going, and I'll submit those questions. I'm sorry, everything it sounds to me like is we're training kids to process Nancy with her dog when she comes into the vet, and I'm struggling with that because it's cleaner and neater and it fits better in our vision of Arlington Tech and the Career Center, which I'm just not comfortable. So I'm going to submit those questions to you, and I'm really going to be looking for answers. But I do want to also, I just want to ask, of these 4 course offerings, which one gets a science credit? Actually is, in addition to biology, a science credit, a high school science credit. Which one of those?
They can get the second science credit for the veterinary science 2 and the small animal care 2. So
Which is
either-
one class.
Well, it's taken in conjunction. So they're taken concurrently because it's a 2-period block.
Right.
So they have to take veterinary science 1 and veterinary science 2.
Mhm.
So those are the 2 credits that they get. They can use it for 2 CTE credits, or they can use it for 1 CTE credit and their second science credit.
Okay.
And they can do that with either the veterinary science or the small animal care.
And it can be a science class,
It's a credit,
science credit.
yes.
And when you remove the large animal piece, do they still get a science credit?
Yes.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Please do.
Okay, so I'm going to just give you additional questions, and I want to also just mention that I do think the idea of the enrichment programs and maybe certifications outside of the actual courses for kids who want to learn how to pet sit or be veterinary assistants outside of that. I know there are multiple kids who I know who have disabilities who could not take those classes, would have benefited from being able to take those certifications, but they were excluded from those classes because they couldn't take the science class. So I would like us, as a follow-up, also I will add that question, if we can break that out in a way that is just a certification simply, I think it would benefit a lot of students. So, okay, and I'll submit all those to you.
Thank
And I
you.
just hope, Madam Chair, that we have some way to follow up on this, rather than just having it. I don't want to be making this decision in the schematic or the conceptual, whatever phase we're in, of the BLPC. I don't want to make this decision in a construction decision. I'd like to make it in an instruction decision, if it's our decision.
I understand that, what you're saying, but when we get the design in March, we have to vote on it, and if that design is not showing space, that's what we're voting on. So I don't know I don't know the answer to your question, but that can't be delayed, is my understanding, based on the need to meet our deadline for
So
construction.
construction is driving instruction.
I don't have that answer. I'm just explaining to you the process and the technical piece of that. So we'll have to follow up with the superintendent. But you referred to me as, so I'm answering the question. I understand your question. Are there any other questions on this presentation? Reed, do you have any other questions?
No, I don't.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Martini.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our final monitoring item is an update on the one-to-one digital device model. Ms. Johnson, would you please present the staff?
I'd like to introduce Bridget Loft, our Assistant Superintendent for DTL, and she'll be joined by other staff members as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the one-to-one monitoring report. I'd like to start by introducing the APS staff members who will join me in this presentation. I'd like to introduce Raj Adusumili, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Information Services, Sarah Putnam, the Director of Curriculum and Instruction, and Daryl Joyner, the Instruction Technology Integration Analyst, who will be joining me. This is an overview of our presentation. We'll begin with Phase 2 of the Digital Learning Study. This is following Phase 1 that you received earlier. This, I guess, the last year. The impact of the devices on student learning, professional learning that's been available for staff, the current model, and some bright spots that will be shared by Ellen Smith, the principal of Dorothy Ham Middle School, and Heidi Smith, the principal of Hoffman Boston. Operational impacts, we'll also share what we've learned and how we're moving forward and opportunities for improvement. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Sean Kellogg, who is the Senior Research Scholar at the William and Ida Friday Institute for Educational Innovation at NC State University at their College of Education. He'll be sharing the Phase 2 of our digital learning device project.
Good evening, Superintendent Johnson, Chair Talento, and other members of the board. I want to thank you all for your time tonight. I'm going to move this mic up a little bit. Oh, there's a... Oh, fantastic. Great, thank you. I want to start out by saying that over the past year, I've had a chance to get to know your faculty, staff, students, parents, either directly through interviews and focus groups or indirectly through their comments on surveys. And overall, I've been really impressed by the commitment to learning and the wide array of learning opportunities that APS offers. A good example of that is actually the Animal Sciences and Veterinary program. I'm a former elementary teacher used to teach in rural North Carolina, where we had one high school, a couple middle schools, and a handful of elementary schools. And these types of opportunities, especially ones that I've come across as part of this work, is just inconceivable to me. It's fascinating. So it just wanted to kind of pat you on the back for that. I'm happy to be here tonight to report out on findings and recommendations from phase 2 of the one-to-one study. I am a little sad that I'm going to be missing out on the only snow day that we have had in North Carolina this whole year. My wife has been texting me photos of the kids throwing snowballs at one another, but this is for a good cause. Just really quick, I know we have lots of slides. Someone brought that up. I'm going to run through them as quickly as possible so we can so we can manage our time appropriately tonight, so we have plenty of time for questions at the end. Let's see. I did want to provide some really quick background, though, just as kind of a refresher. So APS partnered with the Friday Institute back in September 2018 to support formative improvement efforts as part of the Personal Digital Device Project. Collaboratively, we identified 3 areas for the study to investigate: device use, student impact, and barriers and supports. The goals for the study were to better understand these 3 questions right here. How and to what extent devices are being used to support teaching and learning? What are the perceived impacts on students as a result of transitioning to one-to-one? So most of the study does just consist of parents, students, and teachers' perceptions of how it's impacting teaching and learning. We also address in the study both positive and negative impacts of one-to-one as they're perceived by different stakeholders, and then also the factors that are facilitating or impeding efforts to promote learning with devices. So that's kind of the scope of this study. Run through this. I think I ran through this last time. We conducted surveys with teachers, students, and parents, observations in about 410 classrooms. Those lasted anywhere from like 4 to 10 minutes, but on average about 6 minutes. And then group interviews with principals, ITCs, said that principals again, I don't know why it's up there twice, and teachers and students. Phase 1, I shared these preliminary findings. Phase 2, findings are essentially the same, but we go into much greater depth on each of these. And there are some new things that crop up as well. In addition to that, in phase 2, we also talk about some of the recommendations for moving forward. I know Ms. Putnam is going to speak to these in further detail. There's going to be a lot more slides after mine, so I'm not going to dwell on those. Phase 2 of the study, we did some subgroup analysis of the survey, so we looked at specific groups of the survey takers. For example, we looked at differences across grade levels, Title I versus non-Title I schools, subject areas, and differences among the stakeholders that we surveyed and talked to. We did some thematic analysis of the qualitative data. Just what I want to point out there is that in the appendix, we include like a dozen pages of quotes from the different stakeholders, so you can get even more detailed sense of how people are responding to some of our questions, some of the surveys. And then we've grouped them by the kind of major themes that we've come across. In the fall, this October, November, we did some in-depth interviews with teachers. These were intended to provide some kind of detailed, concrete stories to elaborate on some of the findings from the open and closed-ended survey items. These are on pages 13, 17, and 22. And then finally, in addition to the findings, we include some recommendations for moving forward. So really quickly, let me just run through device use. I shared this last time. These are, the first 2 are just kind of perceptions of how often or to what extent devices are being used. Teachers are reporting that on average it's about 62% of their class period. Of course, it's going to differ. If you're an elementary teacher, your class time is pretty much your whole day. If you're a high school teacher, your perceptions of class time are going to be a little bit different. Students reported that they're using their devices about half the day. And then in terms of actual observations, about 43% of the classrooms that were observed, devices were in use by students. And I'm going to talk about some differences between the grade levels in just a second. Let's see, student devices most frequently observed in use in the upper grades. In elementary, 37% of the classrooms were observed where students were actually on their devices. The second bullet there is a little bit interesting. It didn't matter whether it was elementary, middle, or high school. All of the students, just on average, reported or perceived that they were using them about the same amount, about half the day. Teachers a little bit more than that, but no differences between the grade levels there. I would say just on the whole, ballpark estimate of to what extent they're being used, how frequently they're being used. I'd say about half the school day is a pretty good estimate. Teacher surveys and observations did highlight some potential discrepancies in student devices in terms of Title I schools. It was kind of interesting. Teachers reported slightly higher use than the non-Title I schools, but in terms of actual observations, they were used a little bit less than the non-Title I schools, if that makes sense. And we can revisit that too. If that didn't make sense, I can clarify that later. So what are devices actually being used for? Teachers and students were pretty consistent. Quizzes and assessments were pretty big on the list. I just wanted to say we had a list of 18 different things that they could select from. Then we asked them to kind of rate their frequency of use for those things. These are the top 5 for each of the stakeholders. Quizzes and assessments for teachers and students were kind of number 1. Internet searches, just informal searching, but also as part of like research efforts were a big one. They were up there too. Online reference, other things. I highlighted 3 right there just to kind of point out. We're going to dig into the parent responses for other uses because that came up pretty frequently among the parents. Some of that's part of home use. Some of it is part of academic and non-academic use. We'll talk about that in a second. Progress tracking was kind of interesting. So that was something the students brought up, and that's mostly in, I'll just go to the next slide, middle and high school students specifically. They've been seeing they're using their devices a lot to keep track of their assignments, monitor their grades, check their calendars, see what's next. So it's sort of an organizational tool and to kind of keep on track. This has pros and cons, like it said in the quote right there, helps them keep track of what's next. However, one group noted that now it feels like there's no barrier between school and home because they're always connected, if that makes sense. Devices used at home. This was an interesting one because both parents and teachers reported that one of the most valuable aspects of the devices was being able to continue work from school, finish their homework, have access to all of their materials and assignments and things like that. But at the same time, parents did express concerns about the use of devices for non-academic purposes at home. Things like playing video games or their students watching other people play video games, which was fascinating. My kids are too young for that, but I guess that's going to happen eventually. And then the last one, use of devices for deeper analysis and problem solving, probably occurs based on the findings so far less likely than more routine or rote activities like quizzes and assessments or skill and practice activities, things like that. And that comes up a little bit later. I'll address that again. Student impact, again, these are perceptions of student impact. I think the interesting thing to note here, and I think I brought this up last time, is that even though there's pretty big differences between teachers and students versus parents, teachers and students are generally more positive about the outcomes than the parents. They're all pretty consistent on the types of things where they believe it's having more or less impact. So for example, those top 3, making learning more interesting for students, easing student collaboration, enabling students to pursue their own interest. That was pretty consistent across the board as like the most likely outcome for students. And then at the bottom too, again, those are pretty consistent as well. Some of the subgroup findings. Oh yeah, this one is kind of interesting. High school students responded more positively than their teachers relative to elementary and middle school. So what I mean by that is, and this is pretty typical of surveys in general for educational settings, elementary teachers are just generally more positive than middle school teachers who are generally more positive than high school teachers. But for the student responses, it was actually the opposite. High school students were the most positive on most of the student outcomes compared to the middle and then the elementary students, which was kind of fascinating. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. In these surveys that we're administering, most of these items come from the School Technology Needs Assessment. It's developed out of University of North Carolina, Greensboro quite a while back, actually by one of our research staff quite a while ago. So it's a validated tool, it's pretty solid, and it's gone through like 5 iterations at this point. We do borrow some items from RAND Corporation. They put out a personalized learning survey a while back as part of a Gates Foundation, which is also a good survey. So the items are pretty solid. Positive parent sentiment, this one was really interesting, maybe not too surprising for me or everyone here, but positive parent sentiment was lower in the elementary non-Title I schools. So the parents of younger students who are in non-Title I schools tended to be the most negative across the board about the impact of the initiative as a whole. And then this one was kind of interesting. I tried to dig into differences between teachers of different subject areas across the survey items, and usually there wasn't much difference for the most part. And also, once we start breaking the subgroups down, we have fewer and fewer people to compare each other, so in some cases it's just kind of pointless anyways. But science teachers generally responded less positively than the other core subject areas. And I was trying to tease this out. One possible explanation is that I did talk to some science teachers who had some issues with the digital curriculum being compatible with their devices and with Canvas, so that might be a part of it. There could be a number of reasons, but it's something worth digging into later on. In terms of area of greatest impact, I just have like some short descriptions here, but the full details for each of these categories was listed on the survey, and it's included in the appendix as well. The gray bars over there are the observers, so they were asked based on whatever the students were doing in the classroom where it's likely to have the biggest impact. Observers indicated mastery of core academic content as like the #1 thing. It is kind of interesting because that was definitely not teachers' #1 thing. So I'm kind of wondering how teachers and observers are thinking about that item differently. My guess would be that, and I'm just speculating here, but observers go into the classroom, they see students working on a math software, doing some math thing, and they're like, oh, that's, you know, addressing mastery of academic skills pertaining to math. A teacher's perspective might be a little bit different, though. They're thinking like mastery of academic content. That might be more aligned to, what is it up here in Virginia, standards of learning. Down in North Carolina, it's integrated testing, things like that. So they might associate that with, are these devices helping students do better on, you know, integrated test scores. Technology skills was big, especially in the non-Title I schools. Self-directed learning, and then collaboration skills. How am I doing on time? Okay, all right. Subgroup findings, math teachers were more likely to attribute mastery of core academic content to one-to-one. There's a really good interview I did with a math teacher in high school who had been creating tons of great lessons with a software called Desmos. I had not heard of it before, so I had to look it up. It was pretty fascinating. So I could see in many cases where the math content might be a little bit easier to fold into the whatever the standards are than some of the other curriculum areas. Again, I'm just kind of speculating and going off script here, so I'll stop doing that. Teachers in Title I schools were more likely to report an impact on technology skills, though less likely to report an impact on student collaboration or improved collaboration. And then parents and teachers reported some potential negative impacts. I was asked if I could quantify that number. I really can't. And the reason for that is because most of that comes from open-ended responses for parents and for teachers where we explicitly ask them, like, what are the issues or challenges that you have with one-to-one or perceive with one-to-one. In some cases, they'll respond like, well, they'll just leave it blank, or they'll say no issues, or they'll respond about an issue, but it's not something that's like terribly negative. It's just something that could quickly be fixed. But in some cases, there were some things where they thought it was definitely harming their students with respect to learning. In terms of some of those things, excessive screen time was a huge concern, and then to a lesser extent, health concerns were also common among the parents. Student distraction among teachers and parents, though, was a pretty major concern. And by student distraction, it's detailed and explained much more clearly in the report with a lot of quotes too. But, you know, just with this device always accessible, how do we keep them engaged and focused on what they're supposed to be doing as opposed to like going off task? And I discussed that in some of the recommendations as well. Barriers and supports. Biggest reported supports, I should have switched those around. Instructional technology coordinators, not coordinators, coordinators, okay. Instructional technology coordinators were pretty pivotal. They were key. They were referenced frequently during the interviews and the focus groups and then surveys as well. Peer supports as well. Those were pretty much the two supports that were kind of listed as most helpful. So school-based supports. In terms of barriers, the first one's not surprising at all. We come across this all the time. Time, lack of time to create materials, lack of time to find resources, lack of time to learn how to use this thing. So that was not too surprising. Lack of teacher input and a lack of shared vision for technology were number 2 and 3 there, and I addressed that in the recommendations as well. PD to a lesser extent, and I'll talk about PD next. Barrier subfine. This one I think is already being addressed. Hardware problems were a bigger concern at the middle school. So 57% indicated it is either a moderate or a great, an issue, a barrier to a great extent. I think a lot of this had to do with responses that were coming up about iPads chosen for middle school. Title I teachers may feel less empowered in how devices are used. When we asked Title I teachers about their barriers, 59% indicated lack of input in how technology is used, compared to just 51% overall. But when we broke these down by elementary, middle, high school, elementary was pretty low, so 59%, and most of the Title I schools, I think all the Title I schools are elementary schools. Is that correct? So that was like really high for the elementary schools. I don't know why that is. It's just, again, something probably worth investigating further. And then math teachers reported a lack of alignment between content students learn online and the content they need to teach as a barrier. That one was kind of interesting. In terms of professional development needs, these are, just have little subcategories there, but they're explained in more detail in the report. Use of devices to support creativity and personalization. I do include in the report a full-page vignette of one teacher's efforts to personalize the curriculum for their students. It's a really great story. I recommend reading that. Could serve as a model for some other professional development work. I highlighted other because usually when we ask an item like this, other's always at the end. It's just kind of a throw-off, but in this case, a lot of teachers selected that, and when they did select it, they listed either technology-specific training as something that was desired, like specific training on Canvas, for example, or for specific apps they use or things like that, and subject-specific training. So how do I integrate these devices with my specific subject area, which makes sense. In terms of recommendations, these are detailed in the report as well. Number 1, I think up there is developing and communicating a shared vision and a plan for promoting learning with the devices. I'm not saying there isn't a shared vision. I'm not saying there isn't a vision for one-to-one at all. I'm just saying that in teachers' minds, they don't know what the overall vision for this thing is. And offer more PD opportunities and make sure that the time is available for them to actually leverage those opportunities. Because you can always like throw more opportunities for PD out there, but if they actually can't act upon them, then provide more teachers unrestricted time to create, practice, and experiment with technology. And I know this is very difficult because this is just one initiative out of probably many other initiatives. This one kind of speaks to, I think, one of the earlier presentations, but supporting students, teachers, and parents to achieve a safe, flexible, and appropriate use of devices. And this goes back to some of the findings about some of the misuse of the devices reported at school and then at home as well. I think parents might need some training on how to feel a little bit more in control of the devices at home. Some parents will be able to work it out, others might not. And then creating a plan for monitoring and improving technical support. I would say a lot is already being done to address that last bullet. So that's it on my end. Hopefully I didn't go too long on that, and I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Putnam.
Good evening. Thank you, Sean, for sharing the findings and the recommendations from the study. Before we jump in, I want to sort of anchor some of our work back into one of the strategic plan core values around equity. So when we look back at the initial vision behind one-to-one, we really thought about it as a way to address the opportunity gap and provide it as a tool or a resource to help support students' unique needs. We dig a little bit more into that, and you can see that our vision is what we hope to achieve by having devices accessible to students. So one, in addressing the opportunity gap, we want equal access for learning for all students. So we referenced this during May's work session around the same topic, and we talked about addressing that digital divide. We want students to have access to the technology, and we think that this would help provide access to the broader world, really beyond the classroom. We also want to transform instruction by developing students into some global thinkers. Teachers use the device as an additional tool to really help promote critical thinking and problem solving, and really allow students to sort of move up those levels of blooms and get to that creation level. This device could be one tool by which they can do that. Instruction is also transformed when you think about maximizing time on learning. So that's an efficiency that also helps teachers differentiate instruction. So there is increased access to different content. You have content that would appeal to students' needs or interests, and it also helps address alternative ways that students may learn. And then it also provides some efficiency with regard to how we assess students. So formatively, teachers would have access to data more readily, and they're able to monitor student progress. One-to-one also supports personalized learning. So through personalized learning, we're hoping to empower students and allow them to show their strengths. So personalized learning helps promote that student agency piece, their ownership, and provide some more choice. And then finally, we want to prepare students for the current and the future workforce needs. So something like productivity, of course, but also some of those soft skills that you would want students to possess when they go into the workforce, like communication. So I pulled the slide that Sean referenced earlier that shows you some of how student learning is affected by devices. And I believe all of the responses here, particularly from students, it was data collected from students in grades 4 through 12. And of note here to me is that the devices helped improve students' engagement and the idea of personalization of their learning. Also something that stood out to me, that students feel that teachers are able to appeal to the interests and needs of students, and students are able to, they report that the quality of their schoolwork has improved. You see that's the 77% there. And then some of the greatest impacts that we see, he referenced this before, were really on the technology, collaboration, and self-directed learning skills that students possess. The report, as Sean mentioned, included some quotes based on the focus groups that he conducted with parents and teachers. And so we included some of the quotes here to help highlight how students are able to have choice and engage in some meaningful work. They use tools to express their learning, and they make adjustments to their work. One elementary parent also noted that they found access to online content to be an enhancement to the curriculum. And then on the next page, you see some perspectives from some secondary principals. They view devices as a useful tool, for instance, for data collection. Teachers are, as I mentioned earlier, able to formatively assess, adjust their teaching, and then provide feedback to students and faster. You'll hear this often at the secondary level through the use of Canvas. They have a greater connection to their teachers through that learning management system. The devices are also used as a tool to help appeal to student interests. Students really can see the relevance of their work while they engage in learning. So we're going to take a pause. Next, I'm going to introduce both Heidi Smith, the Smiths, Heidi Smith and Ellen Smith. They're going to share the school perspective and how they see devices used in a variety of ways in our classrooms. So come on up. This is Heidi Smith is the principal of Hoffman Boston Elementary School, and we'll also hear from Ellen Smith, who gives us the middle school perspective. Thanks, Heidi.
Good evening, and thank you for having me this evening. I had told Bridget I don't go to bed at 9, so I'm going to try and be clear speaking when I speak to you tonight. But she just asked me to just take a minute or two and kind of share what's going on for us at the elementary school at Hoffman Boston with having the one-to-one initiatives. At our school, we have a pre-K through 5 program, and we do have iPads in pre-K 1 and 2 as class sets, but then 3, 4, and 5, they actually have the one-to-one initiative. The way it's helped us at our school is it's really helped our students and our families to connect to the student learning. And what I mean by that is what we've been able to do is we use different things such as Dreambox or Reading A to Z, and parents are able to kind of see what their students are learning also through the Seesaw app. I think something in particular that's been really meaningful to me is I recently had a parent saying that their home language was Arabic and it was really important to them that when they're at home, they were learning Arabic with their family, but they also wanted to make sure their child was learning to read fluently in English. And so he was using the Reading A to Z app that was on the iPad that he was able for the child to hear the actual, because on Reading A to Z, you can hear the words being read to you and you can also follow it. And so he said that was something that was very beneficial to him. I also have a lot of my special needs students where we're communicating with parents through the Seesaw app so that they're able to see the work that their students are doing in the classroom so that they can also see how is my child doing and progressing. And then because we are a STEM school, we also use the iPads for different research projects, different activities, different coding projects, and different ways that we can allow children to really get engaged with technology, but to also expand what they're doing just from looking at it in a book or trying to do it in that way. So overall, for us, the one-to-one iPad initiative has been really beneficial. Last year, we actually had the initiative 2nd through 5th grade, but when our numbers increased, we had to move it up to 3, 4, 5. But it is something that my teachers are using and that they find very beneficial. So thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to give slightly more of an overview. I began teaching in Arlington in 1991 and was thrilled to have the opportunity as a new 7th grade English teacher to attend a training called Teaching and Learning in the One Computer Classroom. Having access to that one computer with a dot matrix printer attached to it was great in the beginning. I was able to create and type lessons and worksheets that could be duplicated for students. It was a powerful tool for me as the teacher. However, I quickly realized that one computer was not enough. As an English teacher, I assigned essays and extended writing pieces regularly, and while students were resigned to revising and editing multiple handwritten drafts, this process was not motivating for students. In fact, it was time-consuming and unmotivating for most. Having one computer in the classroom meant that one student at a time could type their writing piece, but it could take weeks for a whole class to get their papers typed, edited, and ready for publication. Within a couple of years, the computer lab arrived in middle school and everyone was able to type papers and create unique products in a shorter period of time. Revising and editing became less onerous, and as students weren't copying their paper to improve it. Soon, the most sought-after resource was our computer lab reservation system, as teacher after teacher realized that student productivity increased in the computer lab and the products that were created were better. They were products that students were proud of. Quickly, the expectation of high-quality, professional-looking products became school-wide, and competition to get access to that computer lab was intense. Teachers reserved computer labs weeks, in fact months in advance, to make sure that their classes had access to this tool. And there were many classes that didn't get into the computer lab in order to create their products because the space was completely booked from the first day of school until standardized testing began. Once shared laptop carts became the norm, the teacher and student focus could be on the creation process, revising and editing in real time, making each product the best it could be. Laptops in the classroom meant that as soon as the student walked into a class, they picked up their laptop and began the power up and login process. Laptops saved time and movement through the building, but the login process was slow, and if a student hadn't saved their work correctly, they had to begin again. As an English teacher today asks her students to flip their iPads and open the draft of the current writing piece that they're engaged in, the teacher presents a short lesson about revision and the use of complex sentences and and students might spend the next few minutes focused on varying sentence complexity in the piece that they are drafting. At any point in the writing process, the student can confer with other readers, either in person or electronically, and the teacher or reader is able to provide immediate and actionable feedback, tailored to the student and his or her writing needs. Teachers can focus valuable instructional time on learning, not on getting students on or off of a laptop. One of our English teachers this year piloted the use of keyboards in her classroom of 8th graders. The keyboard has improved the tool. Students get all the benefits of the iPad, the ease of access, immediate login, information at their fingertips, and the keyboard makes the writing screen larger, ensuring that students can see, revise, and edit their work as it evolves on the page. So just as our use of technology in the classroom has evolved, so has our access to and use of information, in particular the nonfiction resources in our libraries. Teachers have had to negotiate to ensure that students have access to nonfiction resources in our libraries for years. For example, teachers ask students to begin their science experiments in the fall with research on a topic, to then formulate a hypothesis that's grounded in fact. At my previous school, with each class needing at least 1 week in the library using the extensive nonfiction resources that were available, the library was booked for almost 2 months straight, exclusively with science classes researching for their science projects. While this was workable, having all of those nonfiction resources available online has really been a game changer for our kids. As you know, Dorothy Ham's current library is under construction, and our temporary library houses only our fiction collection. So this year, our librarian took her research lessons into classes, helping students develop their critical research skills and access the unique information needed to answer their own science questions using the nonfiction resources available through the iPad. This was only possible because every student had an iPad. The iPad is unique to each student. The student's work is right at their fingertips. There is no time lost to non-instructional logistics. The one-to-one device has ensured that all classrooms, all students, have access to the technology that allows students to create unique, exciting, and high-quality products that they're proud of every period of every school day. Technology changes have continued to create efficiencies in teachers' lives that positively impact time available for planning and implementing lessons. I did spend many days with a calculator in my hand averaging student grades. Thank goodness we don't have to do that anymore. I am seeing teachers and students use technology in creative ways, creating transforming products, integrating choice, and personalizing learning opportunities for students regularly. So the journey my students and I began almost 30 years ago has been astounding, really. However, at each stage, from the one computer classroom to computer labs to computer carts, teachers encountered limitations, always around student access to technology. This in turn limited how teachers could use the tool. Access to technology was driving the pacing of our instruction. The one-to-one has removed the access limitation, and teachers are no longer required to pace their lessons around the computer lab schedule. This has opened doors and created new possibilities, and I think we're finally beginning to see the transformation that we hoped to see when we brought the one computer classroom in 30 years ago. Ms. Loft?
I want to thank both of our principals for sharing their experiences and their students' experiences with using the devices. I also want to thank them for staying out late because I know that both of their schools start early. So we've heard a lot about personalized learning. And that's been a thread through this presentation. Certainly teachers are interested in more professional learning as it relates to how do we personalize learning for our students. I do want to emphasize that personalized learning is not tied directly to devices. It can happen outside of devices, but devices really allow for greater opportunities to personalize learning. And so I wanted to share an example of our personalized learning design teams. This is a one-year program that teachers apply to participate, and they have an option to continue as a second-year cohort. Currently, we're in cohort 3, and we've got continuing cohort 2. So they work with some guiding questions. What does it look like? How can you show others what personalized learning is? And what do other teachers need to know and do to successfully implement personalized learning? You'll see that the educators who's participated in this cohort represent 33 schools, so it's pretty pervasive throughout APS. These statements are from personalized learning environments, the self-assessment. So you're hearing from teachers who've participated in these cohorts. And it has shown an increase in what's listed on the slide. I want to highlight the ability to consistently provide differentiated opportunities based on individual learners' level of content mastery, strengths, and challenges. And also this piece about learner engagement, which moves from being ritualistically engaged. Sometimes we call that compliance, as opposed to authentically engaged in learning. And I want to highlight that this picture is part of a passion project in 2nd grade. These kids built this computer, and they're presenting to parents on the computer that they built. And this was an outcome of some of the work of the the personalized learning that they engaged in. So you'll see a description of some of the courses offered through this cohort. I'll highlight the two that focus in on using devices, recording and documenting learning with technology, and using the learning management system, which is Canvas. I'll also highlight that over 1,400 of our APS educators have engaged in this professional learning. I'm going to turn it over to Daryl Joyner, who will be talking about our current model.
Good evening. Our current model has shared devices at K through 2 and has one-to-one devices from 3 to 8, and those are iPads, and then one-to-one MacBook Airs at the high school level. So what I'd like to do now is just to share with you some instructional elements that our current model supports. And the first elements fall under the category of universal design for learning, and these are all principles of UDL. The first one being access. So our current model makes it possible for our curriculum to be more inclusive and more equitable in terms of using accessibility functionality on our devices to not only address the needs of students who need accommodations, but also students who just have different learning styles or different learning needs. Secondly is engagement. So the important thing here is to recognize that it's absolutely critical for our students to be authentically engaged in their learning. And that endeavor is not a one-size-fits-all process. And so it's important that our teachers have as many options as possible to address the unique engagement needs of all of our students. Thirdly is expression. So obviously it's critical that our students understand content and be able to apply their understanding of content. But what expression emphasizes is that students should be allowed agency in terms of deciding how they show their mastery of content. So it doesn't have to be one culminating project that every student does the same project. It's important that they have a variety to be able to show their mastery of content in the way that they choose. Representation. So this is really important in terms of making sure that the content is multimodal. So if you think about content in the past being provided like on a paper or in a textbook, now content can be provided in a podcast, video, flipped instruction, 3D models, all sorts of modes of content to meet different students' needs. Our current model addresses the opportunity gap, and the way that is measured is by ensuring that all of our students have access to technology at home. So our current model makes that provision, as well as ensuring that students can access all the same resources from home. And going along with that is extending the learning beyond the classroom. In terms of increasing instructional efficiency, we're looking at maximizing ways to maximize the number of high-quality instructional minutes in the school day. So if you think about some of the tasks that currently may take place, like things as simple as a teacher printing an assignment, then going to copy the assignment, then distributing the assignment, then collecting it, then grading it. Our current model makes, by making all of those tasks digitized, it brings a great efficiency to the teacher. Also in terms of things like the teacher no longer having to go get the laptop card or get kids logged in and then getting them logged out. So it brings great efficiency to the instructional day. And lastly, the shortage model. So teachers are no longer having to compete for device use if they would like to integrate that into their instruction. So we think that's really, really critical. And also, it helps with pacing. We would like our teachers to be pacing based on the progress of their students. However, in a shortage model, if a teacher wants to integrate technology, then they have to pace according to the availability of the equipment. And so we've eliminated that with our current model. One of the requests that we got at the end of the Phase 1 findings was that we look at providing keyboards for middle school iPads. So we did start a pilot in 2 middle schools. One was a 7th grade classroom at Swanson. One was an 8th grade classroom at Dorothy Ham. There were a total of 91 students who participated in this pilot. At the very beginning of the pilot, well, I should also say that we had the students fill out a pre-survey at the beginning of October, and the keyboards were delivered to both classrooms mid-October. So the pilot has been going on now for about 4 months. At the time that the pilot began, 84% of the participating students reported using their iPad for keyboarding on a daily basis. So as far as the pre-survey data, and keep in mind, all of this is self-reported by the students in terms of their perception. 95% rated their keyboarding ability as acceptable or better. Right about half reported having some difficulty using the iPad virtual keyboard. About a third reported that the virtual keyboard had a negative impact on the quality of their writing, and also about a third reported that the virtual keyboard had a negative effect on the length of their writing. So as far as the post-survey results, it's important that I point out that this data is very, very new. We just got the complete data within the last week or so. We haven't really had the opportunity to digest this information or to even consider next steps. But I thought it would be important to still share that data with you today. In the post-survey, 90% rated their keyboarding ability as acceptable or better. I don't think there's anything to make of the difference there. I think chances are the kids just forgot what they said the first time, so I don't think there's a lot to be made there. About half reported that having the physical keyboard made it easier to write on the iPad. 41% reported that the physical keyboard had a positive effect on the quality of their writing. 42% reported that the physical keyboard had a positive effect on the length of their writing. And 64% reported a preference for using the iPad with a physical keyboard over the virtual keyboard. And one piece of, a little anecdote that I'll share with you from speaking with the 8th grade teacher at Dorothy Ham, she shared with me that they had a very writing-intensive project that they were working on, and to the point where just as a backup, she brought in a cart of school laptops, just so the students would have that option. Every student preferred using the iPad with the keyboard over using a laptop. So I thought that was an interesting bit of information from that.
Good evening. I was feeling left out, actually. Anyway, I'm here to talk about the continuous improvement strategies that we've been kind of adopting to gain operational excellence. Just quickly, I want to remind the board, everybody actually, that detailed presentation related to budget, breaking down various models at different levels, and also the kind of things with respect to middle school, various options with respect to middle schools, have also been provided in the May work session. I just wanted to present that because the whole costing model has been presented. But one of the other things which came up from the last study was about the break fix, and actually saying that it was taking a lot of time for us to get the devices back into the hand of the kids. And this was particularly around middle school that was actually being identified, and then was some cases it was almost up to 5 to 8 days actually was reported. What we have done since is actually this year we've introduced the loaner program at the middle and the high schools. Basically, we have had about 300 iPads and actually 100 MacBook Airs in high schools that have been dedicated for the loaner program. And we have actually been replacing that, kind of swapping that with broken devices, and then actually getting the devices back into the hand of the students. This has actually improved efficiencies really a lot. At today's average, the turnaround time for a student to get everything back is actually 2 days, 2 working days, in the sense like, it takes a day to back up the student's device and actually get them back into the new one, and then actually get them back into the classroom, and that's it. And that is the touch point. We fix the device and put it back into the loaner program. We know we have already identified efficiencies that we could cut it down to a day, but that's actually something that I just wanted to point out. There's another reason, thanks to the school board support, we've been able to continuously improve the number of technicians that we've actually been having, because we've tried to move towards the SOQ standards. Today we are at actually 20 technicians in the system, and we actually are having 4 more in the current proposed. You actually have seen that it's actually been a multi-year process that we've actually asked for, and thanks to the school board for supporting that. That was also addressed. The other important aspect related to operational efficiencies are about kind of content filtering, and it's something that you've been hearing a lot for a long time. We've actually improved the software that we've actually been using for content filtering. We've improved on that. It's very interesting that nowadays we don't actually talk a lot about explicit information or things, but we're talking about the gaming versus the non-gaming situation. What is and what is not instructional is really the conversation that we've been dealing with recently. The most important thing that we also need to understand is cybersecurity and the cyber safety. That to me is, I think, the most important lens that we have to look at with respect to devices, because that is really the issue of the day. And we've actually been very intentional about that. We've been working through that. You also have in your own work plan you have a plan to actually see the cybersecurity policy be addressed this year, and we're bringing that forward this year. We're aligning ourselves to some real tight standards that the state actually recommends as well, and we will give you a lot more detail about that when we come and present that, all of the activity in May. Right?
So as we reflect on the findings of the study, we want to pinpoint what we've learned and how we plan to move forward. So first, in terms of a shared vision, we're going to look at the data and the feedback we've received and really think about how we can revisit that vision for one-to-one. Sean brought this up earlier. Really, is it shared, and how might teachers better see themselves in it? And part of that goes along with professional learning needs. So from the study, we see that we have to address the technological and as well as the pedagogical skills so that teachers are able to provide access to the range of learning for students and really make sure that it's it's a learning tool and a productivity tool. We also see this as a way to address professional learning as it relates to the 5 Cs. That's why I added the 5 Cs icon there from VDOE that aligns with the Virginia profile of a graduate. We think about those skills: critical thinking, collaboration, communication, creative thinking, and citizenship skills. This marries nicely with that, so we want to think about, as we do professional learning around personalized learning, we want to be connecting to those 5 Cs as well. As for the support from instructional technology coordinators, the study also pinpoints that they are a critical support for the effective use of devices. As Raj mentioned, due to the increase in technicians, technicians are able to help with the repair and troubleshooting of devices, and that really has helped our ITCs shift even more into their coaching role. They are working alongside teachers as an educational technology coach, and we want to make sure that we are keeping that support in place for teachers. And then finally, we need to continue to focus on appropriate use.
We want students to remain safe, flexible, and on task. So to that end, we continue to use our digital citizenship curriculum that is currently delivered through Common Sense Media to make sure that students are using the devices appropriately. So now I'm going to turn it back over to Bridget Loft, who will conclude by highlighting our opportunities for improvement and other ways that we will move forward.
So we do see that we have opportunities for improvement, and we'll lead with providing ongoing support for students' digital literacy, and that includes being safe, using the devices appropriately. Sarah made some mention of incorporating Common Sense Media, which is used in several of our sister school districts and provides a strong foundation for helping our students become digitally literate and fully engaged digital citizens. We also are going to be working to incorporate strategies for balancing screen time with non-screen time into instruction. You'll see that there's a reference to recently passed Virginia legislation that creates guidelines for the use of digital devices, and it charges the VDOE to develop and implement health and safety best practice guidelines. We'll be following that closely and looking to incorporate that into the 21-22 school year, but certainly, if at all possible, backing that into the 2021 school year. We also need to systematize expectations for students' use of devices, and that's across levels and schools. Dr. Kellogg shared some disparities of experience, and we want to be able to address that directly and to make change so that it doesn't matter where you go to school, your experience with your devices is equitable in your use of it and your access to the devices. I think moving forward, we heard loud and clear that students and teachers' experience in the classroom indicate that they value the positive impact of devices on student learning, and so we want to honor that. And one of the ways we honor that is we have to recognize that it takes 3 to 4 years to really internalize learning. We have to give our teachers time, both to learn how to use the devices and then how to learn to implement it into their instruction. So I want to end with a quote from David Warlick, an author and a digital learning scholar, is that we need technology in every classroom and in every student's and teacher's hands because it's the pen and paper of our time, as Ellen pointed out, and it is the lens through which we experience much of the world. And so we're open to your questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Ms. Elliott, do we have any speakers?
We do. We have one speaker, Terry Schwartzbeck.
Good evening. My name is Terry Schwartzbeck. As most of you know, I have a 5th grader at McKinley and a freshman at Yorktown. From 2015 to 2018, as some of you know, my children were learning in an international school in Beijing, which was, among other things, an early adopter of technology, of one-to-one technology, and also an Apple Distinguished School. As you know, coronavirus, COVID-19, has shuttered the doors of schools across China. Many students, many of my daughter's friends, were traveling over the holiday when the outbreak shuttered their schools, when it was declared, and they have literally been displaced all over the planet. And yet, they are continuing to learn, and they're doing it online. The teachers have had to build and create new materials. They've had to change lesson plans, make adjustments, but students are learning, and the school is able to provide some consistency and some support in what is really a very challenging time for these students. And I think that's a really powerful reminder of the power and the potential of digital learning and technology. In a world where outbreaks or water main breaks can shutter schools and keep students at home, anytime, anywhere learning is really important. I want to add that my own children have really benefited from the digital learning opportunities and the use of technology in APS. My oldest is continuing to take Chinese and using virtual Virginia Online to do it. Both my girls are really dedicated creative writers, and they use their devices at home to create and share stories with each other, which is great. And I really want to give a shout out to the great teachers and principals you have in APS who are really leading the way. I also would like to remind the board and the staff that Digital Learning Day is an opportunity for schools to share and spread innovative practices. That's coming up in just a week on February 27. I encourage people to check it out because sharing innovation is a great way to learn, and we need to keep innovating.
The World Economic Forum Job Outlook reminds us that the biggest change coming in the job's future is robotics. Some of the top 10 emerging roles for the future include data scientists, AI specialists, and we know that the jobs of the future will require creativity and problem solving.
Thank you for speaking, and thank you for waiting this evening. We appreciate that. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Law, Mr. Joyner, Ms. Putnam, and Mr. Adusumili for presenting tonight. And I also want to thank Dr. Kellogg for being here this evening and presenting to us tonight. I'm going to open the dais up to questions. Colleagues, do you have any questions? Do you have questions? Do you want to start, Dr. Kenmore?
Thank you very much. It's great to see a robust team of folks working on this. We've been talking about this bit by bit over the course of many years, and it used to be just Mr. Adsumili, right, answering all the questions. So I think I have some slides I want to go back to, but I think I just want to start with some of the larger scale questions, because on some level I feel like you have a lot that you're looking at, and you're identifying areas for improvement and a vision. And so I don't know if I want to get into the weeds of all that, but really just to know that you're on top of this and, you know the content of what's in there and you're working on it. So, I mean, my actual overall question is, like I said, it used to be Mr. Adsumili having to answer for the one-to-one and everything about it. Who, at this point, there is no department, right? So who owns this topic?
Well, I'd start with DTL.
Okay, good.
Because we are the Department of Teaching and Learning, but we work very closely with IS as we look at some of the challenges that are presented.
But importantly, you see this as a teaching and learning topic.
Yes.
This is bad, and I think that is not brand new. I think we've been evolving there, but it is good to know that it's that's how we're seeing it. And I did want to, Mr. Adsumili reminded us that I think others did, that we had the work session in May. I went back and looked at it today. It was actually a really good work session, a lot of content. One of the things that was mentioned at the end of it was the idea of creating a position. Do y'all remember that? Maybe it was called a supervisor.
A supervisor of educational technology? Is that
Is that what it was? In the Department of Teaching and Learning, I assume. Is that something, I'm kind of curious about next steps at this point. So are you still thinking about that, or is there a different way you're thinking about how to go forward with this?
So currently, we've asked Heather Hurley, who is the supervisor of personalized learning, to sort of resume a role that she had, which was to act as informal supervisor of the instructional technology coordinators, because there seemed to be a natural fit. And remember that personalized learning is not just about devices, and Ms. Hurley will implore me to say that, but that because the devices really help with personalizing learning, her background at the work that she's doing with the personalized learning cohorts dovetails nicely with the work that the ITCs are doing to support student learning. And so I would say, while we haven't formalized that role, we've come to recognize that they need a point person within DTL to continue to highlight their role in instruction as opposed to fixing the devices. So.
Okay. And so that's not a new position then?
I wouldn't call it, we don't have a formal
You have not added a
supervisor.
position
Right.
to DTL in order to, okay. And then I'll just ask one more and then pass it on for now. Another pretty basic question. So, we identified, Mr. Joyner told us about our current model. What is your recommendation, or do you have one at this point, regarding whether to stick with our current model and, also the keyboard part? Or what's the timeline for having any kind of recommendation regarding any changes? Or
I'm going to speak to the keyboard part of it, actually, because I think the information that Mr. Joyner has actually presented is as fresh as last week. in the sense like it was just collected from these two classes as last week. We did not actually have an opportunity to work with the Department of Teaching and Learning. They did not have an opportunity to observe the class themselves or talk to the teachers or the students directly to get that input. So I think the next step would be, I think, if it requires more questions or more probing into information and or exercises, we'll be actually doing that in collaboration with DTL and eventually coming forward with some sort of recommendation for that based on the data that is being collected.
Budget year then?
At this point of time, I don't think we are ready to actually tell you because we just started collecting that data, to be honest with you. That's how I see it.
And to speak to your question about our current model, as you heard from Ms. Smith, that the idea of the shared iPads for K2 and then having individual iPads for 3 through 8 is something that we feel that we want to continue and we want to systematize to ensure that each school is reflecting that model.
Mr. Goldstein?
Thank you. So I have a whole bunch of questions here.
Well, we're going to do 4, and then we're going to go to Ms. Van Doren, and then we'll do another set. And
Well,
if we
I
don't
mean,
get
I've got
to,
more than 4 questions on a particular slide.
I understand that, Reed, but it is 10:41. We have staff here. We're going to get to a lot of questions tonight, but we're also going to be thoughtful, and we'll submit some as follow-up if needed. So I'm sharing that with you. If you want some time to think, I'll have Ms. Van Doren go next.
Sure,
Okay.
that'd be fine.
That way you can figure out how you want to prioritize the questions.
I don't have any questions, I just have a statement. I'm not a fan. I think we've gone too far. I think the technology has overtaken us. I appreciate the fact that the staff have educated themselves on how to use it and are becoming more comfortable with it, but I think it has taken over our children. And I would be a supporter of pulling that back K-5, and I don't believe I need a pilot or a survey to tell me that kids need a keyboard at the middle school level. I'm rather shocked that we think we need to ask kids that question. I think it proves it at the high school level that we need it. So after what I heard last night about the psychological impacts and the deficit that children are acquiring in acquiring words and skills and empathy because we're overusing devices, I think we're going to have to think about leading on this. And I think we should be extremely mindful and err on the side of really pulling back on how much we're using, and then when we do use the devices, really use them mindfully. They are ubiquitous. All of my children have them in the workforce. I see how they use it in their daily lives. I know we're not getting away from it, and the bigger issue is teaching kids how to use them. But in the same way you don't teach, you teach kids as they are able to learn certain things. And I don't think giving them unfettered access to devices at the elementary level does them the service that we should be doing them. I think we really need to be pulling this back. And if the only tool I have is the budget, I'm going to be suggesting that, especially since I know we're going into a deficit year. And I would rather you all help with this rather than making us guess at what it would be. And I'm speaking as one board member, but I am really afraid. I have been a huge supporter of closing the digital divide. I don't have any problem with that. But in all of that research, we gave extensive opportunities for parents to teachers and students to say what they love about devices. We only said fill in the blank about the things that they don't like about it. We should have also given them a laundry list of things that were a problem for them, because that's what I hear from parents. And we really, really, really need to hear that information I heard last night about the psychological impact of these devices, the way it is getting in the way of kids learning at times. I know I've heard all the great stories about the ways it's helpful, but we need to attend to the actual research that's saying it's getting in the way of kids learning words and how to talk. It's getting in the way of kids looking each other in the eye and talking to adults and learning how to have empathy and talk with each other. It is getting in the way. And we really, really, really have to attend to this. I'm really kind of desperate about it because I see the difference in my adult children and I have to bring it to their attention. And I see we're cultivating a whole group of kids. We have kids who can't handwrite. Yet we're told in research that if you handwrite and take notes, you learn the material better than if you type it. We know that for a fact, yet we are teaching kids to type. Well, hunt and peck on a device. Really don't think we should be typing at all on iPads. We should have keypads, and I don't need to ask the kids if that's the case. I could have told you that. The fact that we are coming back a year later saying we have to research it some more is just beyond me. So if that's the only tool we have, when we get to that point, I would much rather be asking, this is one board member, and I say this to the superintendent, I would like to know, how do we dial this back? How do we make sure we're attending to the students' social and emotional needs? How do we make sure that we are not delivering those things in the curriculum that we're supposed to deliver, like learning how to speak, how to identify words, how to say words, how to actually handwrite, how to talk with each other. All those pieces that are supposed to be in the elementary curriculum that we're finding kids can't do at the middle school level now, we need to say, what is it that we need to undo, and how do we dial back these devices so that we're actually attending to those things? And if that means that we need to dial back the use and put a moratorium on them, I am all for that at this point, because I'm actually scared at what we've been doing. And that is a person who is supportive of this, but I think we've gone too far. And I'd rather have a plan. Without a plan, I think, this is now the 4th year we've discussed this, and we never get a suggestion on what to do, and the board is left guessing like we did last year. And I don't want to be in that position again, but if we've got a double-digit deficit, this is where I'm going to be looking, but I would really like the staff to lead us. I'd like every staff member to hear the information I heard last night and ask themselves, that coupled with what the curriculum is that we're supposed to be teaching kids, what are we not teaching them? What do we need time for to get away from the devices so we can make sure we are teaching that? And then how much time do we really need with those devices, and how many do we really need? I really would like to know that from the staff, but I really would like them to listen to that research about what we're doing to our kids. It is deeply concerning to me.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Can we start on slide 38, please? What is slide 38? Yeah, that one. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so I'm not going to ask questions. I'm going to make some statements, so these questions don't get counted against me. I'm interested in knowing if this is statistically significant, if there's any usefulness of self-reporting. I'm really interested in knowing what the dependent variable is here in this. What are we trying to measure? I'm interested in the definition of success, and I'm interested in what action is to be taken when we've compiled all of this data and analyzed it, and we find out whatever it is we're going to find out. Then what action is to be taken? Are we going to provide keyboards to everybody, or take them away from everybody, or what? This is very confusing to me. The second bullet on both columns, I think, says exactly the same thing. One stated in the positive and one stated in the negative. 46% report having difficulty, but that means 54% are not having difficulty, which is exactly what it says in the right-hand column. So I'm really confused by why that's there. I think that the salient point here is in the third bullet on the left. And again, it says 34% reported the virtual keyboard has a negative impact on the quality of their writing, but that means 66% feel there's a positive impact. Let's move on to slide 29, please. No, yeah, I guess 29. What's on 29? Oh, yeah. So I got a question here. One question. How is this working? Is it working well? Oh, you know, are we addressing the opportunity gap? Are we transforming instruction? Are we, you know, because that's the vision. How is it working out for us?
If you want me to address how is it addressing the opportunity gap, I think we are closing that gap because we are providing devices to students who may not have had access to the information, the opportunity to connect with their teachers outside of school, the ability to process information using a device in a way that they wouldn't have had if they hadn't had one. I come back to one of the for improvement is to ensure that we're systematizing the use of devices across all schools. So if you're looking for me to knock this out of the park and say it's 100%, it's not. And that's why we have rooms for improvement. But we certainly have made strides in addressing the opportunity gap by providing access to these devices. And I would say the fix-it model we have, sorry, it's late, doesn't keep the devices out of the hands of kids as long as it used to, and I think that was sort of extending the opportunity gap.
I think when Sarah briefed this, she said on the transforming instruction part that it promoted critical thinking, but on one of Dr. Kellogg's slides, I think he said that less and less there is that critical thinking component enhanced by the use of the devices as opposed to more, I don't know, I can't find it here, but more rote activities. So I'm wondering how those two things dovetail.
Thinking about, when you think about the vision, it's really what we hope to achieve. So the thought is we want to see instruction transformed. That's a goal. Do we have room to grow? Absolutely. But do we see it happening in classrooms? When you look at what he reported from observers, when they went into classrooms, were students creating, were students, or were they just sitting passively viewing information? I think there were times where, I mean, and we tried to include even just visuals for you to see students collaborating with their devices. The one there on the bottom right-hand corner we thought was interesting because it shows students collaborating around something. Some students are using paper pencil, some students are using the device. So it's a tool like anything else, but they are working together around a task. So we remain anchored in this goal of transforming instruction. The device is one tool to do that. There are many other ways, but we wanted you to see how the one-to-one initiative was meant to tap into that.
Okay, thank you. Can you go to slide 31? Wait. Yeah, 31, please. It's not lost on me that the quote references a couple of second graders and that we changed the model last year from one-to-one in second grade to a shared devices model. But on slide 18, I think Dr. Kellogg said that teachers, where's slide 18? That only 25% of the teachers felt that the devices had an impact in the area of mastery of core academic content.
Just to clarify too on that item. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please.
Just because it's televised.
Oh, I apologize. Just to clarify on that item, we only asked them to select 1 to 3 areas where they think where it's had the greatest impact, as opposed to like, so I guess what I'm trying to say is it's not necessarily 25% of teachers or 75% of teachers don't think it's impacting academic content. It's just that it's not in their top 3 for the ones that they chose. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit. Although I'm not sure I clarified that at all.
So how do we know what the top 3 are?
So each person's 3 is probably going to be a little bit different. Like in my classroom, I might, just based on my emphasis for instruction, how I use the device, it might be technology skills, information literacy, if I'm a language arts teacher, for example, and use it for research. It might be those 3 areas. But for the teachers, definitely technology skills is probably up there since they're consistently choosing that one the most frequently. And I think I'd mentioned before earlier, trying to understand how teachers interpret the mastery of core academic content. We do provide like a link through a description for the actual survey item, but perhaps, and just in my experience in the past working with teachers, they often associate this idea with when we're talking about mastery and student achievement and mastery of core academic content, often associate it with standardized assessments. So they might be associating it with that, so they're not likely to choose that one if they don't think the devices are helping the students improve their test scores.
Can you give me the right way to articulate the data I'm seeing on the first left-hand pair of bars?
Yeah, I would say so.
So I
for
can
the
finish
teachers
answering
in
my
red,
question.
yep, I would say the ones they're selecting the most frequently for their top 3 on average are the technology skills, self-directed, and collaboration skills. So those are the 3 areas, if I were to choose 3 overall for all the teachers, where they're thinking it's having the greatest impact. But things like collaboration skills, for example, for teachers, I can't read that from here, sorry, only 28% of teachers chose that as their 1 to 3 top areas that they're picking it for.
So is it fair to say 25% of the teachers, I'm still looking at the far left 2 bars, 25% of the teachers, only 25% of the teachers felt that
that's the area that's having the biggest impact. That's the way to read it.
Having the biggest impact.
Yeah. Not necessarily that it's not having an impact, but where it's having the biggest impact. Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you for the clarification. My basic question is that the data on this slide doesn't seem to match the narrative on slide 31. And I have.
Did you want her to respond to that?
Sure.
So your question is the data on the slide we were just looking at doesn't mirror what the testimonials that we're hearing, right?
Yeah, in the areas of, mastery and communication, which is what the narrative says.
So I'm also going to throw out, from an instructional perspective, I think teachers really make a distinction between mastery and proficiency. And so being able to practice skills, to have different tasks in which you can try out your proficiency, I wonder if we would have seen a more positive response from teachers, as opposed to expecting kids to demonstrate mastery of a skill because of their work on the device. So I think what we're seeing, to contrast, I guess, what we're seeing as far as the testimonial is kids are, that one piece about they learn their communication will look and sound different depending on the medium they're using, and that they need to adjust their work. By adjusting our work, we're talking proficiency, right? We're talking the opportunity to learn, try again, make mistakes, start over, as opposed to mastery. Ta-da, I'm done. I'm a master of that skill. So that's how I would make the differentiation, is that I do feel in my role as a principal, working with middle schoolers and high schoolers, that teachers are really depending on these devices to give kids opportunities in different venues and in different ways to practice skill sets and knowledge rather than to master skill sets and knowledge. And you asked about collaboration? Is that?
Well, I just noted that no, it was communication.
Oh, communication.
Just noted that the mastery and the communication pieces of the narrative didn't really match what I thought the data slide was saying on slide 18. Thank you for the response. Okay. How about well, I guess 41, slide 41. So I agree with what I heard both Barbara and Nancy say, and that is we have been addressing this for the last 4 years, and I don't feel like I've been getting a consistent and solid comprehensive answer. I think we're getting the dartboard approach. One day we throw a dart over here and we can say, you know, what's happening there. Another day we throw a dart over here and we can say what's happening over there. But that's not the comprehensive view of this thing. So I guess on this slide what I'd like to know is what's the timeline for achieving this? And maybe it's more than timeline. Maybe it's timeline and budget for achieving this, because I hear a lot of we'd like to do this and we'd like to do that. If this is the go forward plan, and I know the next slide really says moving forward, but this seems to be the specific milestones on moving forward. What's a realistic view of when we're going to see them and what it's going to cost? And obviously, I don't know if you have that answer now, that'd be great, but
I can't tell you cost.
maybe not.
I can start with that second bullet about the balancing screen use. We're getting some guidance from the state, which is really helpful. And so I think we can be more explicit working with that guidance from the state in the 21-22 school year. That said, we know and understand, as Ms. Van Dorn's pointed out, that there is research that is indicating that regular and overuse of screen time is impacting students' development, their social emotional development, potentially even their physiological development. And so I would argue that we can begin to put some measures in place in the 2021 school year while keeping a pace with what the legislation is directing us and the research is directing us. For the providing ongoing support for students' digital learning, we're continuing to evolve with that. We have curriculum in place for students in the building their digital citizenship and learning how to be safe online. That is happening in the elementary schools and in the middle schools. So I think we build on that. I think we're, have I evidenced mastery? No, but we're evidencing some proficiency in that. And then as far as systemizing expectations, we've come to understand that at each, well, I would say specifically at the elementary level, as far as does every kid are they able to take the iPad home? Sometimes not. So we need to work explicitly with our elementary principals to land on what is a common systematized expectation for a student's use of device at school and at home. So I think we're in process with that. So if you're asking specifically, I'd say this year into next for bullets 1 and 3, and next year into the next year for bullets 2.
And just to actually add about the cost question, Mr. Goldstein, I think the various combinations, including shared devices, also has been provided in the May work session, and they actually have been projected all the way to 2022 with various models. So if there's a particular model that you actually want us to cost, I think we can definitely do that as a follow-up and actually respond to that.
Okay, thank you. That was helpful.
I don't have questions at this time, and I was not able to attend the May work session. And I understand it was a 3-hour work session. And a half. Thank you. And I will share candidly that this year, I have not had 3.5 hours of uninterrupted nor unneeded time to do and watch that. And I have used the time that I have had for other school board work. But I did pull up the PowerPoint from that work session, and I think a lot of my questions are around cost, so I will study that as we improve. But what I did want to share is, I do think that the technology is very valuable at the high school level, at the secondary level, and I think that preparing our students for the workplace and college, having it at the high school level, to me is a no-brainer. I think teachers balance it well, having had a daughter who went through it with the first run of the one-to-one. So I support that, and I do recognize how necessary and important it is in that regard. I do have concerns about it in elementary school level, and I agree with Mr. Goldstein and Ms. Van Doren. I don't know if you mentioned this, Barbara, so I don't want to assume that you did. That we've been looking at this now year after year because we've had concerns, and I don't feel like there is something that says, this is working, this is great, and it's wonderful at the elementary level. You know, we have it balanced, we know what the use time is, we know what it's not, it's consistent. All of our teachers, I don't hear that, and so now we're in year, I think, 4, and I'm worried about what we're learning more, and so I just don't know if this is really where we need to be at the elementary level. That being said, we have shared devices at K through 2. We're not removing technology from the elementary school level. Is it just right to have the one-to-one at that level? And so I will be looking, you know, if my colleagues bring up a recommendation to eliminate at the elementary, at the 3rd grade, if we're doing it year by year, I'll be studying the lease information that you provided to us at the at the work session in May. So I just want to share that with you, that there's another board member who's sharing that concern. At the middle school level, I also think I appreciated the keyboard survey, and I think that that's valuable. I think that that should be a resource that we use in a wider analysis of that discussion. You know, kids have learned how to text with their thumbs very quickly. I'm still learning that. I see my young adults do it all the time, and I'm fascinated. But the typing they're doing on laptops in college and at work, and I just don't know if the iPad is really functioning. Yeah, is it usable? Yes. Are they going to make it work? Yes. But as educators and as a school system, is that really what we want for them to make it work? I just think maybe having a keyboard there is what they're going to be experiencing at the high school level. It's what they're experiencing at the college level. It's what's going to be needed in the workplace and you know, so I would, with all that being said, what I would ask is, as we enter our budget, knowing we have a deficit, as we are getting this update, which I value very much, and as we're studying different models, it would be great to get a recommendation from staff and the DTL and the people who are here this evening to understand if, you know, where can we be assured that there's value, and is there going to be a negative impact? We know there'll be an impact. Will it be a negative impact to instruction by removing the one-to-one and going to a shared model? Because, Ms. Loft, I really appreciated you saying the inconsistency at the elementary, where we're still working on it, and I know that we're going to get there because that is our vision and that is our goal of having systematic processes, but how some schools don't take the iPads home, some elementary schools do. I think that we need to start to figure out where that is. So that's just some feedback from you, from one board member, and the work that I'll be looking at. Dr. Cannon, I know you had a couple of questions, and then I'm going to let Mr. Goldstein finish his questions.
Okay, and in the interest of time, I might just make these comments also, just to keep this rolling. And so the first point is, I do hope that we will continue to monitor this program approximately once a year. We've kind of added that to our, you know, sort of annual planning, but that's kind of new. So I hope that we continue, same time next year, that we'll do something. And yeah, and as we, Ms. Talento just mentioned, our work session last spring was 3.5 hours long. There is a lot to talk about, and we could continue talking about a lot tonight. But so I think my hope is, knowing that we'll come back and continue talking, I just want to mention these as my priorities that I hope, and I think they're probably all going to be in sync. I mean, I think what all board members are saying is, we need to understand the benefits relative to the costs, right? What's the value? Are we getting student learning from these devices? And without pulling up slides, I had noted one that really referred to, one of the main uses that teachers or students or someone said was, quizzes, like, little, quick tasks, and that's true. You can quiz yourself on devices, but not as much deeper thinking was on one of the slides. Ms. Putnam mentioned collaboration, and we do have the 5 C's. The basic disconnect is, and I talked about this at the work session in May, we judge ourselves, the state judges us by our test scores, our SOL scores. Nothing in our SOL scores is demonstrating the benefits of devices. However, Ms. Putnam's right. Last year when, before we had our work session, several of us toured some of our liaison schools to see what was going on. I saw some really cool examples of collaboration, especially in middle school. So there, and you could probably look at some of those 5 C's and see some of them, maybe not others, right? I mean, so if there's a way for us, and I think we should be doing this in APS anyway, we shouldn't be judging ourselves by our test scores, not just when we're talking about one-to-one, but when we're talking about what we're doing for our students. So can we start developing ways to demonstrate, not just in the anecdotes, because that's the problem. We can always tell stories about cool things students are doing, but some more comprehensive way of describing what an education is in Arlington Public Schools, some of which is related to using those devices. Does that make sense? Did I say that in a way that, so I'll just leave that there as, without needing a response. But then my other piece is I want to get back, to one of the points Ms. Van Dorn was making, and that I know we're all very concerned about, which is simply screen time. And I know there is going to be state guidance, but, none of us grew up in this world that our kids are growing up in, or these kids. Technology is absolutely woven into everything. The school day, the out of school day, parents are, everything that they're going to do and see and experience in life. And that means, just as we've taken on a lot of other challenges, societal challenges, because we have the kids in our schools, I think we have to take this on as a bigger topic. Students need to know, discipline, how to get off devices. They need to have that awareness and critical thinking so that their identities don't get stolen and the manipulation that can happen. So there are skills that we need to make sure that we're teaching them. And then we do have to be absolutely on top of overall screen time, not just APS school day screen time. Again, we don't control their out of school time at all, but we have to do what we can to ensure that families and kids know that to take care of themselves, they need to have a way of monitoring this. It is super important. So look forward to the continued discussion. Thank you.
Mr. Goldstein, do you have your last few questions? And then we'll move to because we still have 2 information items.
Yeah, I have a million questions. I'm not going to go through them. Going to go to a couple of requests and then a conclusion, or a sum up. I have 3 requests here. One is that the presentations present a more balanced approach. I mean, this presentation was very rosy. Everything we're doing is good, and there's a few kind of rather vague areas for improvement. My second request is that we get a recommendation from Teaching and Learning about the desirability of laptops in middle school, and we get a recommendation from Information Services, and we get a recommendation from Finance. In other words, a coordinated recommendation about the desirability of laptops in middle school. And my third request is that we start a study of hardware and software, necessary hardware and software changes, because we've been using, the same platform. It was decided on back in, 12 or 13. Technology is not static. It's not static in software. It's not static in hardware. So are we really pursuing the best and the most cost-effective hardware and software solutions? And so to sum up, I agree with whoever it was of my colleagues who said that we need to establish and systematize this program so we can speak about this comprehensively as a program with a vision, with goals, with implementation steps, and the rationale for those implementation steps, and meaning the relationship between the implementation and the desired outcomes. We're taking these steps because it's going to lead to X. I don't feel like I can talk about this program in this kind of comprehensive way, and I think, it's high time. We've been asking these questions, and we need to have a program that we can get our arms around and speak about comprehensively. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein. Ms. Van Doren?
I just want to say thank you. I know that one thing that I've seen over my 5 years is the facility with which our teachers are using the devices in the schools. And I can compare my own children and their peers and how equipped they were to go to college and go into the workforce. We gave them that, and I think we should be grateful for that because they need it. That is the world they're going into. So I want to say thank you because I feel like I was extremely negative, mostly because I'm just scared for our kids. But I really appreciate that people are understanding how to use technology and thinking about it in the classroom, because I know there was concern about that with teachers first. I don't feel that as much. I feel more curiosity and a desire to use it and a better understanding of how Canvas works, and I hear all that. But I think the pendulum needs to swing back, and I'd rather you all lead that, and I feel like I just want to give permission that please, please, please learn about these negative effects and think, how do we systematize? And I think particularly for the younger children, ratchet it down to only the absolute necessary to begin to build to the point where they're in high school, and to leave time for their social emotional development and free time, and understand one of the pieces I learned last night about the way so many things are built in to increase the dopamine release in the brain around this information, the colors, honestly, we really have to understand that, because if we are building that into a child at a very early age and that child is predisposed to addictions, that is what triggers that response. So it is so important that we think about that. So I'd like, in the same way we unleash the teachers to think about using the devices, I'd like to unleash the teachers to say, first of all, what are the things that we're supposed to be teaching that maybe we veered away from, and how do we get that back, and give them permission to do that. And I think that there may be some cost savings in that for now. I would be very amenable to be considering that, but I do think we're more comfortable, and I'd like to see that, but let's dial it back. Doing great at high school. And I really would love to hear about devices at the middle school level with laptops as opposed to, but I've been saying that for 2 years, and I don't need to study for it, but I think I want to be positive. It's clear that people are more comfortable, but now let's be deliberate with it.
So I have a question for Ms. O'Grady. She's at home watching. We are dedicated school board members. And I think, so I'm going to ask it because as a follow-up, I think it'd be difficult because I think it's going to be for Dr. Kellogg. The other question we can submit as a follow-up. But she was curious, as to understanding the differences that we saw in the Title I school use and perspective, and understanding if that was a negative or positive, or it's just a difference. And she was curious if that had anything related to do with the more hands-on collaboration in Title I schools potentially. Do you have any thoughts on that the slide that showed, or there was I know the bullet she's referring to. Do you?
Yeah.
I don't know what slide it's on, but you know the bullet I'm referring
I know what
to.
you're, yeah, I know
Okay,
what you're talking
perfect.
about.
So if you can just give us some.
And I don't want you to feel like I'm punting on this either. I would caution reading too much into it, just because the way we designed the survey is we wanted to be very mindful of the teacher's time. So it was a very lengthy survey. So the teachers actually only saw about a third of the entire survey. So when we break it down to just the Title I schools, for any given item for the Title I schools, we maybe have somewhere between like 15 to 30 some teacher responses. I do bring it up and I include it in the report because I do think it's something worth following up on, especially with the number of observations in some of the elementary school and Title I schools, like why the devices might be being used less in those schools, even though teachers are, in theory, reporting they're using them more. So it's more of something as a follow-up on, as opposed to something to make a conclusion about.
And it was slide 12, and I just share that in case people are watching at home. But I noticed that the percentage is not as significant. So the reported was 63% in Title I schools that they were using it. The non-Title I schools were 60%.
Pretty small, yeah.
So it's not a huge percentage. And then the observation was just a 6-point difference as well, 33% observed use and 39%. And so then, so I appreciate the understanding that it could be somewhat subjective based on how the analysis was done, but to just keep an eye on that and follow up and see if there is something more.
Precisely.
Precise. Okay, excellent. And I think that answers your question. So we are done with questions. I forgot to thank our principals, Principal Smith from Hammond, Principal Smith from Hovind Boston, who thankfully went home, because I know it was, as she mentioned, past her bedtime. And thank you, Principal Smith, for staying here with us through the presentation. We really appreciate the staff and the information and detail that was provided tonight. We knew it was going to be a long board meeting. Unfortunately, from this point forward to the end, our board meetings, we've been trying to keep them reasonable, but it's very difficult from this point through June. I think we're going to have just longer board meetings. So thank you all for being here. And I know that we have an information item again. And thank you, Dr. Kellogg, for coming. I'm sorry you're missing the snow day. I wish you could bring it up here. I've been dying for snow this year and we haven't gotten any. So I hope you get home in time to enjoy a little bit of it. And thank you again for coming out. So we are now going to hear our two information items. The first is the approval of additional funding for Fleet Elementary School for accessibility improvements. Ms. Johnson, would you kindly present our staff?
Yes, I'd like to introduce Mr. Chadwick, who will do this portion of the presentation. Or will introduce his staff to do it. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick.
Good evening, everyone. You can hear me, right? Okay. I'm here to talk about the approval of additional funding for accessibility improvements at Fleet Elementary School. Additional funding is required to complete several accessibility improvements. Staff recommends increasing the funding available using available funds from the Capital Reserve. An estimated $500,000 is required to complete the improvements listed below. And implementation of the items will begin once funding is available. Completion dates vary depending on the complexity of the design and review and approval by Arlington County agencies. And of course, coordinating construction to minimize the impact on school operations. So the items that specifically are included in this amount are 2 standard accessible parking spaces on our Old South Bleed Road right in front of the school. We've discovered that that is absolutely essential for any school, and we will be implementing that from now on. Providing new video intercom at the gym cafeteria entrance, new video intercom at the garage elevator lobbies, more inclusive playground equipment, and we are planning to work with the PTA and representatives of ASAC and SEPTA and special education on that, since it seems to be, it's an area which is very sensitive and we really want to do the best that we can. And then adding the elevator that was originally planned from the parking garage to the fleet main entrance. And the total estimated for those is around $500,000. I want to make it clear that this is not the only work that's being done. There is other work that's being done from funds within the project. That work includes some acoustical treatment, which will help sound conditions in the school, particularly as that has that special program in it. We're working with the PTA, who are interested in supporting a outdoor classroom where the koi pond was originally intended to go. That is just a fenced area right now with some crushed rock in it. Putting portable basketball hoops on the flatter area between Jefferson rather than the sloped area down at the end, which is really impossible to use. We want to put the portable ones in at first to make sure that we don't have any issues with them there being close to the school and those bioretention areas. And then we're working very hard on securing additional parking for staff. We're exploring a number of different avenues for that. We're also going to work with ASAC, CEP to the PTA, and others to select that additional playground equipment that I mentioned just now. And we are about to embark on an effort with the Arlington Fire Department, special education staff, and our emergency manager, and then, of course, with ASAC and SEPTA representatives to align the evacuation procedures, not just for this school, but for all of our schools. And in the meantime, at Fleet, areas of refuge are being equipped with radios. So you can see all the numbers here, which unfortunately I'm having a little trouble reading. This provides you with the $500,000 that's been adding from the capital reserve, which would bring the total funding available for the project to just under $59 million.
John, if you have to, there's a screen behind you that might help you facilitate. I don't know if that would help you at all.
Thank you.
Well, sometimes it's easier closer up.
This isn't working properly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you see there the $500,000 is added. That brings the total to $59,750,445. So the recommendations are to approve the transfer of $500,000 from the capital reserve to the project and approve revised project funding totaling $59,750,445.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. Ms. Elliott, do we have any speakers?
Yes, ma'am. We have 4 speakers on this topic. First, we have Genevieve Heiberger.
Good evening. My name is Genevieve Heiberger. I'm here as a Fleet parent and a TJ Middle School parent and a member of the Fleet PTA Executive Committee. I appreciate that action is being taken tonight to commit funds to some of the accessibility issues we have raised in regard to these buildings. However, I would urge you to provide continued oversight of this process. I invite you to visit Fleet and Jefferson, walk through the properties. I am concerned about the attention to detail and timeliness of these remedies. The memo from the APS Department of Facilities and Operations dated January 31st asserts that items raised by the Fleet PTA have been resolved when a simple walkthrough would show that they were not. For example, the memo says that the APS team has designed a temporary workaround for the elevator from the garage to the main level during school hours. In fact, that elevator is still locked during daytime hours. The memo states, quote, most shelter areas are equipped with permanent telephones. The remainder are provided with portable radios. At Fleet Elementary School, the landings of the stairwells are the designated shelter areas, end quote. The stairwells are not equipped with phones or radios. I'm glad to hear that the radios are coming. It is my understanding that the current protocol depends on staff from the office running up the stairs during an emergency with a radio to find anyone who is sheltering in place. The letter sent to the Fleet PTA as a reply was shared with the broader community. Parents relied on the information detailed in the January memo, even though it misrepresents where things stand. Meanwhile, those who are depending on access are still waiting. We understand that some of the items, such as building a new elevator and redesigning the playground, will take time. However, we request that APS act quickly to implement the smaller changes that will provide at least partial resolution. Access from the parking garage to the main level using the current elevator is not perfect. It's still a long way to the front door of Fleet, but it will help. Installing two-way communications and signage in the stairwells does not resolve the issue of how students are evacuated, but will improve the safety of the current plan. We are now past the 100th day of school. These issues have been raised by parents since the beginning of the school year. Please treat these as urgent issues.
Thank you for your comments.
Next, we have Richard Normington. And I will note the timer is not working on the screen, but it is working at my desk, so we are keeping track.
Well, thank you. Members of the board, I've got here written good evening. I was getting ready to say good morning if necessary, but I will salute your indefatigability. My name is Richard Normington. I'm the father of Kate and Beckett, who are students at Fleet. Kate is in the same grade as LJ, and it was his shocking experience during the fire alarm on the 20th of December that brought to light a lot of the problems that were at Fleet. They related to accessibility issues, including the handicapped parking, the question of leaving safely the building in an emergency, and the state of the playground. On the question of evacuation, I would not want to practice being left behind if there were to be an emergency now, and neither, I think, would any of you. I welcome the decision to use the capital reserve to help redress some of these wrongs, and I hope that the board will use this process to look at three issues in particular and how they've been handled. The first is not including the disabled parking in South Old Glebe. This was a startling omission. The second is the story of the elevator. Now, I live in an apartment. We have two elevators. I can guarantee that elevators break down regularly. The installation of the new elevator, I think, is something that should never have been lost in the search to meet short-term budget targets and should be a higher priority, I think, than spring next year. The third concern that I have is about the play equipment and the facilities. You will have heard from others about students being required to take turns with the playground equipment and sometimes just giving up completely because of the overcrowding. We recommend that you carry out a complete review of the design to maximize inclusion and accessibility. I hope by now that the board will have all visited the school and that we can work in partnership to resolve these issues.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next is Christine Brittle.
Hello, good evening. I want to thank you for working to correct a series of design flaws at Fleet Elementary School. We appreciate your help in making this facility safe and accessible for all. I'd like to bring to your attention several issues that are not yet adequately addressed in the current proposal. I want to echo what you've already heard tonight about the ability to safely evacuate. I believe this is especially important in an elementary school. As we build multi-story elementary schools, we need to ensure that students who wish to evacuate safely may. We also need to ensure that there's adequate signage and communications in place to direct rescue personnel to those who choose to shelter in place. In addition, there are other safety concerns that are not yet being addressed. For example, there's a curving sidewalk next to the Fleet playground with a several-foot drop into a bioretention area. This area has no guardrail or fence, and children have fallen. The risk is even more significant for a wheelchair user. And these are just a few examples. The PTA has several other similar concerns. So I'd ask that before you finalize this proposal that you work with the PTA to find remedies for all identified issues. And I'll also note, I appreciated Mr. Chadwick saying this evening there are other items that we've not yet seen. So it'd be helpful to get the full list so the PTA can review it and see if there are other items that don't correspond. And finally, I ask you to make many of these fixes as quickly as possible. I know it will take time to work with the county to create fully accessible street parking, but we could paint those spaces right now so they're available for those who need them in the interim. We could also purchase a portable ramp right now to ensure access to outdoor learning spaces. And we could purchase even one piece of accessible playground equipment now, so none of our students have to go an entire school year with nowhere that they can play outdoors. And making these changes now goes a long way toward ensuring that all our students and families feel truly welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
And our final speaker is Karen Horst. Yes, she's not here.
Okay. She's not here. Okay. I just want to take a moment to thank you all for waiting so patiently through our meeting this evening to speak. And we appreciated you coming out and speaking to us. Mr. Chadwick, thank you. We're going to see if there's any questions or comments from my colleagues. Colleagues, are there questions or comments? Okay, Ms. Van Doren, you.
I just want to say thank you to the speakers and also to the speakers who came at the beginning of the evening and talk about transportation and about the issue of accessibility and the evacuation of the schools. I'm tired, I'm sorry. I think all of them require a standardization of planning and procedures for planning for the students who are being transported in some instances and evacuated and welcomed and brought to and from school. So I know that the superintendent is working on this. And I spent about 2.5 hours at Fleet touring it. And I do know that there were instances in which many of those items were planned but were taken out. And I'm glad that they're back in, so I'm very happy to see this proposal. But I'm equally concerned about the actual documenting of practices and procedures for ongoing support of the students in their transportation, drop-off and pickup, and evacuation out of the school. So that's going to take a collaboration of various departments, but it has to be fixed here, and then it needs to be something embedded in our practices so we don't have to have this conversation again. And I do believe that Mr. Chadwick does plan to do that in all of our facilities, the physical aspect of it going forward. And I encourage you, the PTA, to keep talking about being involved in the planning, but I also think we do need specialists because we parents need the ADA and universal design people to be giving us their best thoughts. It's a lot to be asking every parent who has a child with disabilities to be here at 11:37 at night because we're already doing double duty. So I just really want to say thank you and know that you have my complete attention, and I believe that of the management at the school system, and I'm sorry. And thank you for letting us learn with you, and I'm sorry that that had to happen, but I do believe we're dedicated to it not happening again. And I just really feel a need to say that to you. So thank you for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Van Doren. Mr. Goldstein?
Yeah, thank you. John, can you go back to that first slide where you've got the list of items and costs? Yeah, that one, yeah. And can you tell me the difference between those first two, a standard accessible parking space and a fully accessible parking space?
Yeah, so that is, we're going to provide some striped spaces as one of the speakers requested while we're going through the process of getting approval and designs for the fully accessible spaces. So that's mostly striping right by the curb where there are parking spaces already to make them clear that they're short-term parking for people who need accessibility assistance.
So you're going to stripe to provide two, and they are going to turn into the two fully accessible later on?
They will be reconstructed as fully accessible.
Okay, to end up with two, not four? Yes. Okay, all right, thank you. The other one, the next one, the second one from the bottom, inclusive playground equipment, how have we identified that along with the cost?
We have some equipment identified, but as I said, we want to work with the families who will actually be working, who will actually be using it, or the children will be using it, and with the experts to make sure that it is the best that we can provide to meet the needs. there's a lot of that equipment that is being sold as being universally accessible or something, and I'm a little skeptical that it all meets the needs.
Well, yeah, I guess that's my question. I mean, who does know that it meets the needs? I mean, you know, the parents can have an opinion, PTA has an opinion, we have an opinion, the architects have an opinion.
Well, Ms. Van Dorn has suggested that we find an expert to help us with this, with which I agree, and which we're looking for the right person now. But I think we all have to understand that certainly even ADA is somewhat open to interpretation because there are different situations and it can't apply to all. And universal design is even more so. So that's why we have to seek a lot of advice as to what really works best.
Okay, and so my last question is really a discussion, I guess, and that is about value engineering. And I know value engineering goes on in every project, not just in APS, but everywhere. But it seems to me, it has seemed to me over time that every project finishes the stage with community compilation and input. There's a concept, there's an image, there's a belief that it's going to look like something, and then, you know, you re-examine the costs. They've gone up over the ceiling, and now value engineering is necessary. I know this happened. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what I would like to say is that value engineering starts from the day you start the project. Or actually, it even starts before the day you start the project when you select the site, because as we know, some sites are more difficult and more costly to develop than others. What's done at the end of a project to bring it within the budget or within the funding available is in fact cost slashing. And we have learned from painful experience that that isn't always the best thing to do. Staff has been very motivated to bring the project in within the funding available. And I think what we've learned recently is that we need to be a little bit more courageous and, when necessary, advocate for more funds being provided so that the project can be done properly. And that is, in fact, as we've recently been discussing with some of you, is what we're proposing to do on the Education Center, because to cut any more out of that would be cutting into things that we would regret and that would cost us more to install afterwards.
Well, yeah, there's a difference between cutting things that we would regret and cutting things that, you know, seem to be essential, you know, from ADA compliance point of view. So I'm kind of confused about how, when we looked at the list of things that could be slashed, you know, some things that were, I'm not sure ADA compliant is quite the right term, but.
I have already said several times that it was a mistake, and I have accepted responsibility for it, for removing that second elevator. That should have remained in, and we should have come and said, we need some more money so we don't have to take that out. The building actually meets some codes because it does have an elevator. But as you've pointed out, and one of the speakers this evening pointed out, elevators break down all the time, right? And that's why now we're specifying 2 elevators in a building. We actually tried to value engineer in this building by having 1 elevator that served the building, the 4 floors of the building, and have another elevator that would primarily serve parking to grade on the Jefferson side of the building, but could also be used by the school if the other elevator was out of action. Future projects, for example, Reed has 2 elevators right next to one another, just like you would find in an office building. So if one's out, the other one can be used.
Mr. Golson, I'm going to go to Dr. Kennan, and I'll come back to you. Dr. Kennan?
Thank you. And yes, thank you to the speakers for staying late and for your perseverance and getting the information out. I know it's been a long haul and frustrating. Yeah, I mean, I want to ask a couple questions along the same vein. And, you know, it's not a problem. I'm sure we're going to support this. But I actually wonder in terms of the full punch list, or, you know, there's some additional items were mentioned tonight. Is this your final list, or is there more? Are there more things that you need to go back and look at? I mean,
these are the most high-priced items. They're the most serious ones, and they have the longest lead time. Some of them, anyway. Elevators take a notoriously long time to get in place. We are, as you know, approaching the funding available on the project before we added this, and we may well be coming back to you. We're expecting to come back to you with another additional funding request to close the project out, and that may include a few of these items, but the other items are not high-ticket items, so far as we know at this point.
Right. I mean, I guess I'm just wondering, so is there going to be like a smaller list that comes to us another time with another price tag? Or?
When we bring when we bring you, we request approval for additional funding for the remainder of the project, those items, we will identify them out. We will list them out.
Okay. And did I hear you say that you are searching for a consultant or someone? So you're in that process now?
Yes.
And that person, you would like to look back at this at Fleet, right? To walk through Fleet?
Yes.
Yes,
particularly so that they can then review the buildings that we still have in design or under construction.
So you will take a look back at Fleet, and then you will also then,
yes,
going forward,
yes,
look at our new elementary school, career center, et cetera, our future projects.
We're already doing that internally, but we want an outside look as well.
Yes, and you know, and to be fair, we're all responsible. I mean, I appreciate you taking responsibility, absolutely. But we looked at it. I think the BLPC met. The county has you know, oversight as well. You know, many people looked at this. We all made a mistake, and you know, we now, you know, I think going back and building that layer in is the most important thing we need to do, is make sure that we have that expertise on our projects going forward.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kennan, for saying that last piece. I completely agree with her, and I will say that even myself at the new Ed Center and the new Career Center, I will be studying those concept designs at a much deeper level, which in hindsight, I should have been doing, right? And maybe we would have asked questions that would have then could have you considered, and we would have had these discussions. So I just share that I think there's a lot of different ways that we could have done that, and so I appreciate that. But I wanted to ask you a question regarding the budget piece. So this particular funding from the capital reserve is to address the items that you've listed here. And then the other items, I just want to make sure I understand, the other items that you mentioned, are they within the budget that we have, or are they going to be part of like our punch-out list that may require additional funding? Or is it a combination of both?
We are at this point expecting to come to you with a request for additional funding to complete the project.
Okay.
Which may be offset by some other items. That additional request will include these other items. And when we present it to you, we will make a list of what those items are.
Okay, excellent. But these items are the ones that we're going to use with capital reserves and take care of immediately and have a timeline because of the factors that you pointed out, which are the lead time. Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure I understood. Thank you, Mr. Chadwick, for presenting this evening. And Mr. Goldstein, did you have additional questions?
Yeah, just one, and that is, well, maybe two. So let me start with what Barbara said, and that is that I do acknowledge that we have a role in this. You know, our board is culpable also. Lots of people looked at it, but I want to have a better understanding. were these changes made before or after we looked at we approved the schematic design?
After,
The changes were made after.
yes.
When did we approve that?
You approved that when you approved the contract and the final design.
Yeah, so I think we need better visibility into what came out of the BLPC, how much of that translated into or didn't translate into the concept design, into the schematic design, into the use permit documents.
I think that we need a little more discussion about the role of the Building Level Planning Committee and what they may ask for and expect, because ultimately you approve the design, you approve the funding available, and it is primarily a school. So I think there's a little room for discussion there as to what is really needed, what is essential for the school, and anything beyond that that you may choose to approve. Or indeed, in some of our projects, there's been jointly funded items where the school board has shared the cost with the county board.
But even doing all that perfectly, costs are still going to go up. There's still going to be a need for either, whatever you want to call it, in-process value engineering or cost slashing or whatever. And I think we need to figure out a better, more collaborative process so that all of the parties, the community, the parents, the BLPC, the board, everybody has a good understanding of what needs to be engineered or slashed, and why.
I think I would pose somewhat against that I think what's most important is that we establish what reasonable expectations are for all of the parties or the different stakeholder groups that take part in the planning and design of a project. Ultimately, it's a school, and ultimately there is a limit to the funding. We take that very seriously. You do too, and as you said, we've been living in very, very dynamic times in terms of construction and construction costs. Who knows what will happen next? But they have been very heavy times, and we have to make important decisions in order to be able to proceed. If we take too long making those decisions, we've seen the prices go up further, or we don't meet the deadlines. So I think that, as I said earlier, part of what we need to do is to be more courageous about saying, we need a little extra money for this to do it properly, and also clearer about what the items are that we may or may not be coming through. But this BLPC, basically, their expectations are set at the end of schematic design. There's lots of talk about many things, but there's a whole lot more work that is done to complete the construction documents so that the project can be built. There's permits to be obtained. There are all sorts of things that have to be done. We cannot achieve construction of those projects if we refer everything back. I think what we've tried to do, we've tried with every project to invite the BLPC back, and we've tried to explain to them before, close towards the end, what we've had to change and why. We haven't done that. I agree, we have not done that immediately at the time you're signing the contract for construction, because we're desperately ready, wanting to go ahead and get started. So that's really my comment on it. We need to be a little clearer about what we've changed, but also clear about what the expectations are of the input of all of the different groups.
With an eye towards maintaining the timeline. Yeah, I understand that.
Well, the timeline, unfortunately, that is the biggest thing on school projects. There's only one day on the year when you can open a new school, and if you don't make that, the thoughts are, inconceivable. The consequences are inconceivable. It's particularly like you're opening a new school, you've got boundary changes, you've got all of these things going on. You have to open on that date. And I mean, our team has learned, I would say, quite a lot about how important it is to not let things get in the way of that date. There were some of the issues I believe we've had on the Heights building are because we agreed to wait for the use permit, so that the use permit for all three of those projects in that North Roslyn, the RAPS area, were done at the same time. That was a mistake. We should have said, no, we cannot wait. We need to start construction on time. And I would not let that happen again. Or I would protest. I can't say I wouldn't let it happen. I would protest.
You'd be courageous.
I would try to be courageous, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick. We appreciate your presentation. And thank you again to the speakers for being out this evening. Our last agenda item tonight is the proposed revision of School Board Policy B-3.6.30 School Board Advisory Committees. I will be presenting on that presentation. Oh, thank you. You know, I'm tired when I was going to use my computer to click through the slide. Just as a reminder to the community, we started reviewing policies that were under the school board portion of the policy section. And during this time, we also realigned our policies with the VSBA policy numbering system. This is one of our policies in that section. And we worked very hard on this over the summer. We did some revisions and felt that we needed to allow, instead of having a separate policy for each advisory committee, have a policy implementation procedure for each advisory committee with an overarching policy for all of our advisory committees. So those are the changes that you will see if you look at the marked and clean versions posted on board docs. And we did this work to align the policies to current APS practices. We wanted to add clarifying language on advisory group membership terms and descriptions. We also added the Aquatics Committee to a list of joint school and county committees. With this policy, we'll be changing the name of the Advisory Council on Instruction to the Advisory Council on Teaching and Learning. This change is due because we changed the name of our Instruction Department to the Teaching and Learning Department. We also, as I mentioned, moved individual committee descriptions of policy implementation procedures, and they're currently in development. And so we were hoping to bring them all together, but at this point, we really wanted to make sure that we closed and finalized this policy, and staff liaisons and committees are working on the policy implementation plans for the specific committees. And we also want to ensure that our policies reference and align with the Code of Virginia. And you'll note that some committees are required by code and some may be provided. You may have some committees per code, and that is what the code references. So this policy will come back for action, possibly our consent agenda item at our next board meeting, depending on the length of agenda items on the meeting. And we ask that if any community members have any concerns, please let us know, but we will be adopting this policy with the changes mentioned. Colleagues, do we have any speakers? Colleagues, do you have any questions or comments on this policy? Okay. Great, thank you. Yeah, the policy subcommittee did review that. I think I mentioned in the review it was the policy subcommittee. So are we trying to keep it before midnight? All right.
What does Barbara's estimates say?
Okay. So we are now at new business. Board members, is there any new business? No. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned. I got us up before midnight. That's.
I think we've been closer before.